Yep.
You can't hear me. Okay. At least I realized. So yes, hi, or welcome back. If you watched my earlier stream, the Wick TV panel, welcome back. I hope you like my little Halloween decoration I made, kinda. So, per title of the video, oh, thanks, Melanie, and hey. Right, per the title, sorry, I just took a hit, so my brain's a little like, per title of the video, we're going to be watching these guys. I watched some of this and I thought this kid did pretty good from what I saw. So I thought it'd be fun to cover on stream. So Nick Fuentes, obviously on the right, crazy like Christian nationalist dude. And on the left we have Dean Withers, I believe it's his name. He got big on TikTok, and he's been on Jubilee, and he's like a liberal debater bro. And then it's being hosted by Aiden Ross and Sneeko. So yeah, we're gonna watch this and react to it and talk about it and all that good stuff. I guess I'll start at the beginning. It's a little long, so we'll see, but I'm not really in a rush. Okay. Oh, I think it's cool too. My weed pen is named, oh, can you see it? It's named Ghost. So that's kind of cool because I'm ghosty. Anyways, let's do this. We already have some Nick support in the chat. I disagree. From what I saw, I totally disagreed. I think he got pretty owned, but we'll see. We'll determine this tonight.
Yes, we're good. Okay, now let me do this, like this. Okay, that wasn't too hard.
All right. Nick, he gave it a little introduction. I would like you to give a little introduction and tell us, the new viewers and stuff, who you are, what you do, talk a little about yourself, and yeah, go ahead.
Sure, yeah, well, my name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. I'm a live streamer. I've been doing a show called America First for 8 years, almost 8 years now. I'm 26, from Chicago. I'm a reactionary, Trump supporter. Well, I was a Trump supporter.
To be honest, I don't care about his intro. I'm just going to get to the debate, not to be rude.
It's going to cut entitlements. Nobody. Republicans.
In the past, if you don't think this is...
It's only on certain countries.
Okay, her proposed tax policy so far is $2.4 trillion.
Oh, I guess.
She knows exactly how
Okay, sorry. I thought the intros were going to be a lot longer. I guess I could have just had some patience and waited, but...
Trump. I mean,
well, it's worthwhile because I'll...
That the better presidential candidate...
Okay, well, the first topic, as everyone knows, I told the chat as well,
Nick fans should be worried.
Candidate. Dean, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, obviously, I think that the better presidential candidate is Kamala Harris. But I just wanted to clarify with Nick. You said that you're not much of a Trump supporter. So, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to vote for him.
Who are you voting for?
I'm not voting.
Oh, okay. Holy. Well, I mean, the reason I chose that topic was because I thought that you were voting for Trump. I don't really see much use in it if you're not voting for Trump. I mean,
well, it's worthwhile because I'll argue that people should. I'll just argue that Trump is better than. I think that Trump would be a better president, but I'm not going to vote for him.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on, I want to address this comment from Bubblegum real quick. Nick was taking his, but at the end, Nick is right. You can't make moral critiques when you have no justifications for morality. Subjective morality is just an opinion. Objective morality is also just an opinion. So when you say, objective reality doesn't work because who makes the rules and like what defines them and blah, blah, blah. I argue that we do actually have a lot of things in society and humanity that can define a very broad, like, objective morality in the sense. But on the other end, people who argue objective morality, what makes it objective? Because God said so? Is that really going to be your argument? How is that any different? First of all, like, again, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody with religious beliefs, but there's no concrete argument for it. So it's no more objective than subjective reality. It's just like, God said so, which was written in a book by humans that said this is morality. And if you're going by the 10 Commandments, the first 3 are literally about don't say God's name in vain, don't put another God before me. It doesn't even have to do with like respecting other humans. So, yeah. Anyways.
Sure.
So we could argue that.
Yeah, I guess we'll start there. I disagree. And,
Okay.
one of the main reasons why I disagree, we could come out of the gate swinging, is this economic policy. I think that, it's pretty clear, and we could probably both agree on this, that the average American should be doing better than they are today, and they should not be doing worse than they are today. Donald Trump's proposed economic policy will make the average American worse off with his tariffs, and then his TCJA for another 10 years disproportionately benefits rich people. It will also just add reckless spending to our debt. It will inflate it even more than it is today. I think there's an estimate from the CBO putting that right at $5.8 trillion. He has no plan how he's going to pay for it. Then we look over at Kamala Harris, okay, her proposed tax policy so far is $2.4 trillion. She knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, and they're designed for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. And it's going to make them better off. Donald Trump's going to make them worse off. Argument's clear.
Okay, that's it. It's just the economic proposals. That's all you got?
We could start there.
Okay.
Sure, we
Well,
can
let's-
reference other things too. I didn't want
Yeah.
to just throw everything at you at once. We could
Sure,
talk about
well-
multiple things.
Yeah, well, let me address all that. I mean, so with regard to the tariffs, J.D. Vance pointed this out. The Biden administration continued many of the Trump era tariffs. So that's kind of a moot point. I mean,
Not at
I don't
all,
know
not at all.
if Kamala's going to. Of course he did. Of course he continued.
No, they continued the
on
tariffs,
China.
but it's not a moot point. I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration because they continued the tariffs on China. But what Donald Trump is proposing today is a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods imported into the country, right? I could say that any and all tariffs are bad, right? But a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods is worse than tariffs on goods imported from
I
China.
don't think it's a flat tariff. Is that actually the policy? I don't believe that's right.
It is, right? I think that J.D. Vance was talking about this last
think
night at
so.
debate. I think you could reference his own policy. He's talked about it multiple times in the past.
Is anybody surprised Nick Fuentes isn't voting for Trump? Or is that just like something he's saying? Because I feel like a lot of people who support and defend Trump are like, oh, I'm not voting, or I don't like Donald Trump, or I'm not voting for Trump. But then literally all of their political beliefs fall in line with Trump's, and they defend Trump, not only his like policies and political positions, but then his like character and all his legal battles and all that too. So I can never tell. Anyways.
If you don't think this is...
It's only on certain countries. There would be no 15. That doesn't make any sense. There'd be no 15 to 20% tariff. But even if that were the case, fine. Let's say for the sake of argument that's true, because I don't know the Trump policy. They keep saying that Trump is going to put in place, they're calling it a consumption tax. A consumption tax is a value-added tax. They're saying it's going to be like a sales tax. And that's the idea that the taxation occurs at the point of a sale of goods. And that's actually a real proposal, but that's different than a tariff because, and here's the difference, when you put a tariff on goods and services, to call that a consumption tax is to imply that the consumer will bear the full cost of the tariff. And that's not necessarily true. Trump had a lot of tariffs in his first term, and the price of goods did not significantly increase in spite of the tariffs. Everybody says that.
Yes, to Grand Abbott's comment, probably the only compliment I'll ever give Nick Fuentes is I like his little pumpkin with the ghost on it. That's cute. But yeah, good job, Nick.
It would only be the case if the full cost of the tariff was passed down to the consumer, but that flies in the face of the fact that foreign corporations will bear the cost of the tariff, or almost all of it, and certainly not all of it is passed down to the consumer. So that's just not true. That's one. Two, with regard to deficit spending, tax policy, I mean, I know you're a young guy and everything, but like Republicans and Democrats, there's a bipartisan consensus on spending. Let's just talk about spending. Most of the spending on an annual basis is not even discretionary. Okay, there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Mandatory spending means you can't change it. Okay, the executive doesn't change it, Congress can barely change it, and that is liabilities like Social Security, Medicare. It's baked into the cake. It's a vast majority of it. And who is going to cut entitlements? Nobody. Republicans aren't proposing to cut entitlements, although they'd be more willing to than Democrats. Democrats are certainly not touching entitlements. Biden always attacks Republicans in his State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social Security. What do you think's driving the deficit of the debt? It's Social Security.
I love how Aiden Ross is like smiling, like he understands what any of this means.
And Medicare, it's unfunded liabilities. In terms of military spending has gone up every year under the Biden administration. It's like $850 billion per year. That's the largest item in the discretionary budget. So mandatory spending is going to go up in perpetuity under Democrats and Republicans. Discretionary spending is going to go up because military is by far and away the biggest component of that, and Biden spends more. And he spends more on military appropriations because of all the foreign aid. We gave $175 billion to Ukraine. We gave $27 billion to Israel, another $8 billion to Israel last week, $7 billion to Taiwan, $1.3 billion to Egypt. That's in addition to the $850 billion per year, which that's like the highest ever under Biden. So, spending's not coming down under anybody.
Well, that's just wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You can
what's
reference
wrong? What's wrong about it?
That spending didn't go down under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. You could reference a committee.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Budget. You said that spending wasn't going down under anyone, right? We can make a comparative analysis between the two last terms, and we could show how.
Yes, Melanie.
A committee for a responsible federal budget indicated that Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt into law. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only signed in 4.6. We could break that down into COVID and non-COVID. Like, for instance, Trump signed $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related expenditures into law. Meanwhile, Biden only signed in $2.2 trillion. But the first point that you made, I wanted to touch on that. You were talking about the tariffs, right? You just kind of related it back to how, like, the Kamala Harris campaign is calling it, like a sales tax. And then that's kind of all you said. I don't really care what they're calling it. I agree. That's just a term that they use to convince the average American that doesn't know much about what a tariff is, that it's really bad. But at the end of the day, the impact of the tariff, right, still does serve as a detriment to the consumer. And you were very careful with your words here, because you told me that tax, right, that tariff isn't fully paid by the consumer, implicitly kind of conceding there that some of it is, right? And that's what I'm talking about. That is a tax that in some sorts is passed off to the consumer. We could also consider other attributes, such as the idea when we reduce the overall supply of a good with a constant demand, the price will go up. That's basic macroeconomics. That's going to happen when we reduce the imported the amount of imported goods without increasing the amount of like supply manufactured here at home in the U.S. At the end of the day, tariffs are bad. This is a unilateral, agreed upon consensus. Republicans and Democrats alike. You go to any economist, they'll tell you this, unless they don't have the necessary qualifications to be, and that's a fact. And then when we kind of consider these tariffs alongside his policy disproportionately benefiting the rich man and seemingly at the expense of the poor man with these tariffs, it becomes quite clear. If we want to serve to the average American in their best interests, we need to be voting for Kamala Harris because her policy does exactly that. I mean, okay. 83% of the tax cuts in the TCJA. Not at all. 83% of the tax cuts in the TCJA for the last 7 years went to the top 1%. I mean, is that just rhetoric?
Okay, is it my turn?
Go for it, sir.
Okay, so with regard to tariffs, yes, some of the cost is passed down to the consumer, but it's marginal. And the point of tariffs is to reshore manufacturing. I'll give you a perfect example.
Sorry, I want to keep arguing this. Because I've done like previous streams about objective and subjective morality. Is God necessary for morality to exist? I've talked about these on other streams. So Gregory Jones said, and by the way, bubblegum is right. Transcendental arguments already have a stronger framework than subjectivists. But what is objective about religious morals? what is objective about? Because a lot of people within religion don't even agree, like have the same basic morals or like values. I just think it's kind of inappropriate. Like the word subjective and objective are just kind of like inappropriate terms when we're talking about morality. And also, I just don't think it even really matters. But I don't think that saying, well, God said these are moral, so therefore they're objective, I just don't think that logically follows.
Example.
And to be clear, it's fine to base your morals on religion sometimes. But I just, it still doesn't make them objective.
China has now become the largest manufacturer of electric cars. Huge industry. You could buy an electric car in China for $10,000. Tesla does not cost $10,000. If we allow China to dump their electric cars in America, there goes Tesla. There goes our American electric car manufacturing. It's a national security problem. There's a lot of problems. You have to put tariffs on the cars. Probably China will send them here regardless because they're still so cheap. And yeah, they're not going to be $10,000, but there's a value in making cars in America. There's a value, and by the way, because then Americans get those jobs. So, you could say that free trade creates the lowest costs, but the only reason it creates the lowest costs is because they can undercut us with wages and with their lower standard of living and monetary policy.
Again, where were all the MAGA hats manufactured? Check those tags, people.
That they have in their own country. So tariffs are essential for a holistic understanding of the economy. The increase in prices is marginal. It's not significant. And when you call it a consumer tax or a sales tax, that does matter because they're conflating that with a VAT tax. That's very different. The 15-20% and I don't know that they're doing it on every country, so I'll take your word for it. It's not going to be passed down to consumers beyond a marginal amount. That's one. In terms of, you said,
okay. Saying, well, because God said so is a stronger justification than anyone else can give, I strongly disagree. Humans need morality in order to survive, right? If we weren't moral to each other, we're very like communal, social animals, species, So in order to survive, we need to be able to live together and work together in a moral world. We evolved to be moral beings. Like on top of just having consciousness and empathy in general, we need morality to survive. And there's plenty of other reasons too, but.
Oh, well, Trump had more deficit spending. Almost all of that is accounted for by the pandemic. Almost all of it. When you say, well, the Trump had a $8 trillion deficit. That was because of the COVID stimulus, the PPP, the cash payments.
Half of it.
Almost all of it. And here's the point.
Go to CRDF.org.
Hang on. I'll let you finish.
Yes, sir.
You said, so the structural problems with deficit spending, they're there under Trump. They're there under Harris. And by the way, Republicans tried to get limitations on the deficit. That's what they got elected on. Republicans regained control of Congress in 22, saying they'd limit the deficit. They negotiated it over the debt ceiling negotiations last year. They negotiated it over military appropriations last year with the October 1st deadline. Tried to negotiate it this year. Democrats wouldn't come to the table on deficit reduction. Either way, like the deficit is baked into the cake, okay? The debt is $30 trillion. Interest rates are high. Interest to service the debt is going up. Neither Harris or Trump is meaningfully going to reduce the debt or the deficit. So it's just moot. Without bringing down Social Security and Medicare, just forget about it. Without bringing down the military, it's not going to happen. And there are these extraordinary measures like COVID and Ukraine war. It's really neither here nor there. Also, I think deficit is really besides the point. If you want to get further into the deficit,
I've heard a Republican say that, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm not a normal Republican. I'm not like a fiscal conservative, okay? Look,
do you mind if I respond to the points that you've made so far?
What's that?
Do you mind if I respond to the points that you've made so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
Lose track of what you said.
Sure.
So, first of all, you said
real quick, Dean, I'm not cutting you off. Guys, we just have
Wait, you can't justify morality in nature. Just look at nature. What about nature is immoral? I did. Okay, so I did say that we're different from animals because we have consciousness. That's what I meant.
10 minutes on this topic. Just 10 more minutes on this topic. Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
Okay, right. So the first claim that you made, that tariff isn't passed off to the consumer, yeah, that's wrong, because what would the point of the tariff be then? Okay, we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs because that is passed off to the consumer. Would you agree there?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then why do we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs?
Because when you produce something in China, you can make it for cheaper, so your margin is bigger, so you can undercut
But you make
prices.
it more expensive for the consumer at the grocery store by imposing those tariffs.
Yes, I agree,
right? And
Melanie.
then
Not
secondly,
necessarily.
I agree with you.
Again,
Okay.
because the China will pay the tariff to get their goods to the market because they
But then
need
why
access
won't
to
we
the
buy
market.
it? But then why won't we buy it? Because it costs more money. Right. And that's
Yeah,
my whole
well,
argument is that tariffs cause the end consumer to pay more at the grocery store, to pay more at Best Buy, to pay more at the car dealership.
Do you know
But
what a
there's
tariff
another point
is?
that you brought up there. It's a tax on an import. And there's another point that you brought up there about how we want to like spur domestic production of goods. I don't disagree. I absolutely agree. We should have a more industrialized economy where we produce goods here at home in America. We just disagree on how we get there. Right.
How do we get there without tariffs?
Yeah, sure. Right, by driving further competition through the natural market. We do that via investment.
What's
we do
the
that
natural market?
We do that by investing in money. Investing in money. That was crazy. Investing in the U.S. producers of goods, like the Chips and Science Act under Biden and Harris's administration, that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers to further drive competition, right, with those imported goods, just via innovation in the product, right? And the fact that you, as a conservative, are sitting here telling me that we need a government to impose a regulation on the free market by tariffing those goods that are being imported to our country, is just new. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, it
And
may be new to you because like you're only content.
Yes, to be clear, yes, animals are conscious, but when I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about like, and this is another debate, but the ability to have like free will, or at least if you're a determinist, at least like will beyond instincts. So not just acting on instinct, you're acting freely. Like we can choose to make terrible decisions for ourselves, whereas like dogs and cats can't. They just like do what they know is best for their survival, pretty much.
Text of Republican.
What did I say? Did I say it wrong? Whatever. You guys know what I'm saying, right?
Like Reagan. But if you go back to Henry Clay and Friedrich List and the American system, Alexander Hamilton, the country was basically.
You can justify free will without God. Oh my God. How is this turning into a philosophy stream right now?
Funded by tariffs until we had an income tax.
Yeah, do you know why?
Okay, we only had an income tax 100 years ago. Before that, the federal government made its money from tariffs.
Yeah,
and by
but
the way,
you know
it's
why?
just basic mercantilism because we want to make the stuff. And by the way, when you say, well, we're just going to invest, it doesn't work. China's dollar goes 3 times as far because the standard of living is lower. They're rich in raw materials. They have an endless supply of labor, cheap labor. The idea you're going to chips and sciences your way out of China having systemic advantages, economic factors of production like labor. They have 1.5 billion people. You're not going to pass a bill that's going to change those fundamental imbalances in the economy. We have capital, we have tech, we have entrepreneurship, they have labor. Okay, it's the same reason. Hang on, and it's the same reason why we're even when we try to, they call it friend shoring. We're going to take our factories from China and give them to our allies like Philippines. It's still going to China because they have all the cheap labor. You just can't compete with that. You can't compete with the fact that they make everything, they have all the people. So you agree that we should reindustrialize. You literally cannot do that unless you protect industry. And by the way, China has tariffs too. All countries have tariffs. We're the country that doesn't have tariffs. They're eating our lunch as a result. So, you know, that's just not true. What you're saying isn't true.
No, Donald Trump's taken away the average American's lunch as a result. Like, once again, we've already went over how tariffs can cause prices at the grocery store to go higher. Every single time we've historically increased tariffs on China, what have we seen? A reduction in U.S. agricultural exports. What did Trump have to do when he imposed his tariffs on China? He had to bail out American farmers with $28 billion. You say you want American industrialization. You say you want more U.S. production of goods. But then you also say that you want these tariffs on China to absolutely destroy American farmers. And you want the average American to be worse off, meaning they have less economic mobility to go and start a business in the first place. This is why Kamala Harris's tax policy is better, right? Because
this
what
is
we're
like
not going to
Democrat talking points.
Okay, well, can you dispute them?
Yeah, like I said, tariffs, the other country will pay the cost of the tariff. Okay, you're saying consumers will pay it, and that's just wrong. Okay,
so you
under
don't
the Trump
think that tariffs
administration,
drive
hang
up
on,
the price of
Trump
goods?
administration, I'll give you a perfect example. Trump administration implemented tariffs against Canada, against Europe, against China. Inflation was low. Hang on. Inflation was like 1.3% under Trump. Okay. So if what you're saying is true, that the cost of the tariff would be passed down to the consumer 1-to-1 or even significantly, inflation would not remain at or around 1%. Why? And by the way, Biden administration has tariffs too. Inflation is very high, but the cost of goods going up has everything to do with fuel prices going up.
Hey guys, we got 5 more minutes.
Because of the war in Ukraine.
Hey, 5 more minutes.
Everything to do
5 more
with
minutes, Nick.
A very crucial point.
With the quantitative easing.
If they don't cause inflation of the pricing of goods at the grocery store, then why would we see an increase in domestic production?
Because it will make it competitive for America to make the same things.
How?
If China, because it's basic math. If it costs I'm going to, if you stop interrupting me. If it costs less to make something in China because they have abundant labor than it does in the United States, then China can sell it at a lower price because their cost is lower. But if we make them pay more to bring their goods to the market, then they have to sell it for more, or they have to pay the tariff and they make less profit.
Nick,
and that makes it profitable for Americans. Can you stop interrupting me? Can you?
Chinese products cost more.
Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Consumer? Sure.
It adds, but who pays the cost? China pays the cost to bring it to the market, not the consumer.
And who pays the cost once it's in the market?
Well, the consumer does.
Thank you.
But they're buying what they're already buying. They're just buying it from an American producer.
Yeah, for a higher price, right?
Yeah, for a slightly marginally higher price, so we can have American production.
Okay. Yes,
but there's also economies of scale.
Thank you.
It stimulates American industry, and then America's able to produce what China would ordinarily produce.
Okay. All right. And America will produce it for a more expensive price because we don't have as cheap of labor as
it protects the American industry, which
by
is
causing inflation, right? Can you agree with me there?
Marginal. It's marginal.
Marginal increases.
But either way,
we're getting somewhere.
But it's really neither here. Well, and I said that earlier, so it's the same thing. But either way, the Biden administration has tariffs too. So it's basically a moot point.
No, it's not a moot point because once again, he wants to impose tariffs on all.
But you disagree with the Biden administration's policy, right?
Absolutely. Right.
Okay.
I do disagree with tariffs.
What do we even argue about?
110%.
Trump had tariffs. Biden has tariffs. Tariffs protect industry in America. You support that.
No. So
Trump one-termer. I like these Nick Fuentes debates frustrate me so much because he gets so just petty over stop interrupting me, blah blah blah, I'm talking, and he goes on for fucking 20-minute monologues, and then somebody tries to cut him off and he's like, stop interrupting me, and then they say one sentence and he keeps going on. It's just oh my god, he's so frustrating to listen to, on top of his insane takes.
The reason that this is the reason that this is a bad argument.
So I agree, American, things being built in America is good. I guess it depends, what things necessarily, because of just, average food, I don't know, it's hard to say, because, again, prices will be lowered. But I think with certain industries, maybe tariffs are good, like they are. I'm not an economist person, so like just being open. So I could be swayed like either way here. So like American production is good, lower prices are good. So I guess, I don't know. I think it really comes down to the industries. Like, what industries are we focusing on being American made?
Argument is because Trump wants more tariffs, right? I don't understand how this isn't evidently clear. I think what you're trying to do is kind of confuse people between me saying that tariffs that Biden and Harris imposed were bad, and me saying that when Donald Trump is elected, he wants to impose all tariffs on
That's
all
just
imported
not true.
goods. Right? One
That's
is
just
worse
not true.
than another. Okay, so
They're not putting tariffs on all imported goods.
Okay, does he just want to keep the ones on China?
It's going to be on, I don't know the Trump policy, but it's not on all imported goods. That's just
okay. So then, how is he going to pay for the $4.8 trillion associated?
You can
with
fact check that.
Then how is he going to pay for
borrowing? Like they pay for all, like how they pay for 175 billion to.
And what's the biggest expense of our government?
Liabilities.
Liabilities? No, it's interest.
Medicare, Social Security. That's totally wrong.
No, the biggest expense of our federal government is interest on debt.
Totally wrong.
Okay, I don't think that's wrong.
It's liabilities.
Totally correct.
Okay, we're wrapping up on time here. We'll give a.
Well, you're wrong on the Trump policy and you're wrong on spending.
Okay, we'll give a 1 minute closing to Dean started, so we'll a 1 minute closing for Dean and then 1 minute for Nick.
Oh, you could go first, Nick.
Who gave the first opening statement? You or me?
It was Dean who started first.
Yeah, so Dean, we want to let Nick finish.
That means I go last. I go last.
Dean, you start.
And then Dean, the next one, Nick will start.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I was just looking first so I should justify what I said there. So yeah, my closing statement would just be, right, obviously I think that economic policy is a very prime reason to vote for Kamala Harris because she's going to make the average American better off. Donald Trump is not going to make the average American the better off. He's going to make them worse off with his tariffs. Right. Nick essentially did concede there, saying that tariffs do cause higher prices for the consumers at the grocery store. And then Nick also just kind of says that he doesn't really care about debt. Okay. So
true.
If you want more debt, vote for Donald Trump because he's going to throw $5.8 trillion on our nation's debt. Meanwhile,
to be honest, I don't really know if I care about our nation's debt either. Right? Like, okay, again, I'm not an economist, so I guess obviously there's going to be some effect, right? There's some negative effect. But like, I don't know what damage, and this is like a genuine question, like what damage does the debt actually do? Is it like related to inflation? Maybe? I don't know. But like how big of a deal is the debt really? Like I'm kind of on Nick's side here. Maybe. I don't know, just from my like basic uninformed knowledge of the economy.
Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy is going to be self-sufficient over the 10-year lifespan of the bill. And then one other final point here, there's much more reasons why Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump that we didn't get a touch on, such as the fact that we probably shouldn't be voting for a religious prosecutor. We should probably be voting for the individual that wants to enshrine federal protections for all 170 million American women and girls' right to choose, right? And plenty of other reasons that we didn't get to. And I'm sad that we didn't. And hopefully we might be able to get back around to it later. But I'll go and get to you the rest of my time. Take it away.
Yeah. All right. Well, Aiden and Sneeko, could we do immigration? I feel like that's a big one. We could do a few of these other issues.
Real quick,
it's a big issue.
Can you just do your statement really quick?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, can we make that one of the topics?
Well, that's something that we had to talk about prior. Dean, if you would like.
Democrats are both profligate, and the reason is because. Yeah. So, I mean, my closing statement on Trump, I don't even think fiscal policy is the biggest issue. To me, that's really a side issue. And the reason is because both parties are profligate spenders. Republicans, Democrats are both profligate spenders. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, they're all huge spenders. They're huge spenders on the military. They're not touching liabilities. You know, there's talk about tax cuts, increasing the deficit. You could look at the Laffer curve and, you know, debate whether that's really the case. I mean, the theory behind tax cuts is that it stimulates economic growth, which it certainly does. It brings in more tax revenue. Maybe you find that convincing. Maybe you don't. The point is, neither party's going to rein in the deficit. I just don't think it's an issue. In terms of tariffs, the consensus has changed. Democrats and Republicans used to be free traders. They're not anymore. Bill Clinton, Bush, Obama were free traders. They're just not anymore. Trump is not a free trader. Biden's not a free trader. Trump has tariffs. Biden has tariffs. And that's because.
So I assume tariffs would also cause other countries to not want to do business with us, right? If we're like, we're going to basically tax you for selling goods to our country, they might not want to buy from us anymore either, right? Again, this is my assumption. I've been recently, the past like week or two, I've been wanting to learn more about the economy and stuff because I really like don't know anything about how it works. Like, I know the basic idea of how inflation works and shit, but.
Because there's a recognition that we need to have a supply chain in America. 85% of the economy in America is services. Only 15% is construction, agriculture, and manufacturing. And this is it's not only a national security issue, but it's also a jobs issue. We need to make stuff in America. The only way that we're going to beat these other countries that are undercutting us with wages is with tariffs to protect our industries. And yes, that does result in technically marginally higher consumer prices, but it's more important to have good jobs in industry.
All right, that was good. So we'll circle back to Trump and Kamala, but to keep it on the subject, we have 4 very different topics right now.
Real quick, before, I just want to say thank you both for giving you guys,
And
okay.
Well, let's start with Nick because we started with Dean last time. We'll do let's do 3-minute intro. I'll give you a 1-minute warning, and then I'll give Dean.
Okay, so the topic is Christian nationalism good, I think.
Dean, a 3-minute intro, and then we'll go free flowing. And if it's interruptions, we'll time it. But I think it was good so far. But Nick, take the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I believe that America should have a religious government. We should have a Christian, Catholic government.
You didn't like that.
And, we have to face the fact that liberalism has failed. And the best example that liberalism is failing is that we're not having enough kids. The society, the civilization that doesn't have kids will cease to exist, and it will lose, and it is losing. Liberalism around the world is receding, and these more ancient, tribal, perennial cultures are thriving. Islam is the fastest growing religion. China is on the rise. Tribalism, racialism, all these things, all these revanchist, historic ideologies are on the rise, and they're all beating back liberalism because liberalism is weak. It is ineffectual. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy. People are not having kids. It's just sort of like anti-human and inimical to the human body.
Okay. Nationalism is always good for Americans, says Deadlock. So I agree. Nationalism is good. Having like patriotism, being patriotic, loving your country, caring about your country. I think those are good things. But when we say like Christian nationalism, obviously we're like implying that the country should generally be Christian and kind of ruled by Christian laws or values. Because even if there is a separation of church and state, we still live in a democracy. So, but, and like America, we are the melting pot of the world, right? So I just don't think it's good to, I know like the founding fathers were mostly Christian and stuff, but still they were trying to get away from the King of England, who is forcing religious beliefs and ideals onto them. So I just think that's kind of what our country stands for, is diversity and a melting pot of different people, the land of the free, all these things. So I don't think deeming our country a Christian like nation or any specific type of nation besides American is good.
Body. So, I mean, in addition to Catholicism and Christianity being true, liberalism is clearly bankrupt. Liberalism is clearly having a hard time. I think we should replace our state religion of liberalism with the state religion of Christianity. And I'm interested to see where Dean wants to take it, because obviously it's a huge topic, but I think we should have a Catholic country, not a liberal atheist one.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of different ways that a conversation about Christian nationalism can go. I mean, I've debated people on Christian nationalism before that will concede even if Christianity's false, right? We should still be, right, a country that upholds Christian nationalism because it promotes better outcomes. But I think there's a couple points there that you made I'd just like to respond to real quick about declining birth rates, immigration. That's crazy. Then about, a couple of the other points that you brought up, I particularly think that Christian nationalism is bad because it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. Given like the Christian religion, right, we are led to believe that particular things are wrong because God said so. You said that you're a Catholic. I think in the Catholic faith, you'll kind of have a different range on how bad things are. Something can be a mortal sin, a venial sin, but something that I'd say here that is a very absurd conclusion given Christian nationalism. Blasphemy. So like blasphemy as defined by the Bible is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Does that mean that people should go to jail for life for blasphemy? Well, I don't know, because we know that people should go to jail for life for murder, and if blasphemy is worse than murder, and we're operating under a system in a society with a government that legislates on the basis of the Bible and these foundational beliefs as prescribed by Christianity, are we going to start sending people to jail for blasphemy too? I don't see how you'd be able to respond to that. I don't. And then like a couple other
Okay, I want to address these comments too. So, Grand Abbot said it's okay for the Japanese to protect their culture, religion, food, music, art, etc., and ensure that ethnic Japanese bloodlines live on. Same with the Polish, and somebody else said they agree. Sure. If you want to protect your ethnicity or, bloodline, that's fine. But when we talk about Americans, we don't have all like one specific culture that we come from. We have German families, we have Italian families, and then we have immigrants and African Americans who lots of them don't even know their freaking backgrounds and stuff. But that's kind of like a culture in itself. So we are like, we don't all share one similar cultural group. So we are just American. That's what we are. And we have an American culture that we've established in the, 300 years this country has existed. So again, if you were like, I'm Polish and I want to marry a Polish woman to keep my Polish heritage, that's fine. But deeming all Americans as Polish is ridiculous.
Things that we could say here. The Bible promotes very harmful bad beliefs. I mean, 1 Samuel 15:3, God tells Saul and his men to the Amalekite men, women, and girls. I bet if I was to engage in a conversation with this guy specifically about 1 Samuel 15:3, he'll end up saying that sometimes genocide's okay. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. God tells the Israelites that they can own the non-Israelites as human property for life. I bet if I was to have a conversation with this guy about that topic, he'd end up saying that no, slavery hasn't always been wrong, alongside other things, right? So we could talk about how Christianity is false. We could talk about how it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. We could talk about the absurdities that are already present in the Bible. But one last point that I'd like to bring up is if you're going to make an argument on the basis of the efficacy and the outcomes in which it would generate in society, which seemingly you started to there, well, what if we find another religion that generates better outcomes than the one that you hold to?
1 minute, Dean.
Okay, so the reason that you want a Christian nation is because it will promote human well-being and happiness. People are going to be having more kids and following these commandments. They'll be doing good. No degeneracy, none of that. Well, what if I told you that the LDS Church had even better outcomes than the Catholic Church? Would you all of a sudden be in support of an LDS-led state? Probably not. Okay, right? So that's another contradiction on its own. So feel free to kind of pick and choose there, respond to the point that you want, take it away.
So you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one,
Sorry, 1 second. My headphones died. Okay.
and liberalism
That you want, take it away.
So you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one, the people that have liberalism are themselves. Okay, so the people that invented liberalism, that live in liberal societies, literally and figuratively are themselves. They're
Well, the
dying
guy
deaths
that
of
you
despair.
worship
Okay, are
literally
you going to
killed
interrupt me like 30 seconds into my rebuttal? That's crazy.
Let's
No
calm the
confidence in
interruptions down.
liberalism.
It's been good.
They
He's such a
deaths of
pussy.
despair. They're addicted to drugs, all kinds of things. They're all over there, okay? We're dying in America, we're dying in Europe. And by the way, these people come from non-liberal or illiberal societies, and then their birth rate goes down. So even if you wanted to argue, oh, well, like, we could salvage liberalism with an endless supply of immigration from illiberal societies that have kids, when they get here, their birth rate goes down. And these are not...
Okay, hold on, chat. I'm not going to tolerate any, like, Jewish conspiracies or hate on Jewish people or anything like that. So, like, yeah, I will mute you or whatever. But seriously, with the Jewish stuff, like, shut the fuck up. You are so fucking stupid. If you think, yeah, just like, I'm not going there. Please don't go there.
Liberal people. They come from illiberal places like China or Africa or Latin America. They come here, they assimilate, and within a few generations, the birth rate goes down because liberalism is... With regard to the question about efficacy and outcomes, I'm not arguing that we should have the religion with the best efficacy. I said liberalism has failed, and we know it's failed because it's committing suicide. So clearly liberalism as a system is not working. And that's why, it's such a radical notion. People think that we would have blasphemy laws or religious laws. They think it's a radical notion. It's unthinkable.
To be clear, you will get banned if you go other places too, okay? But for some reason, a bunch of stupid conservatives are on this whole Jewish take right now, and it's fucking ridiculous. If you actually want to be like, what's the word? I'm blanking. If you actually want to, like, get anywhere in politics, maybe don't, like, have these crazy racist conspiracy theories that are unfounded. So yeah, I'm not a Nick Fuentes simp or dick sucker. So if you don't like that, then please leave. Otherwise, I'm fine to have people here who have different opinions and even agree with Nick Fuentes. But when it gets into Jewish conspiracies or racism or hate against, anybody, just don't do it.
The current system must be replaced. It's an imperative. It's not a question of, whether or how or anything like that. It simply must be because it will cease to exist. And so that's really the crux of the argument. Why it should be Catholicism. It's because Catholicism is true. But the point I'm trying to make is for people that say, it's so radical that we would go backwards. I would say we went backwards with liberalism as evidenced by the fact that it's not even reproducing itself. And that's a huge problem. With regard to the stuff about the Old Testament, I mean, look, the Catholic Church, Christians today are not in favor of genocide or slavery. If you want to get into that, this is just like new atheism 101. Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist or something?
I'm an agnostic, but I wouldn't particularly use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is false. I use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion's absurd. To say that your religion is false.
I just wanted to ask you that, and then let me finish the last point. So it's very funny when atheists who have no objective source of morality, it's like, their morality is something like, hey man, just leave everybody alone. What if I disagree? What if my morality says, well, I want to everybody or something? What if the majority of people said our morality says, well, we want to harm and we want to do this and that? An atheist has no God that says, well, so-and-so has the authority to say this is correct.
It's funny. He can say, what if morality says that killing people is okay and raping people is okay? And while there may have been primitive times that did this, murder has never really been okay. And actually, the times that murder have been most justified have been because of religion. There are, like, parts of the Bible that say, kill these people because God commanded you to. Actually, this is a part of the debate I did see. So Dina's about to grill Nick on this. So Nick Fuentes listeners, listen up, because basically their morality is just as subjective as, non-Christian morality. because it's immoral until God tells you to do it.
That's a problem. And yeah, they have a problem with blasphemy laws. It is good to have a God that is a source of authority, that gives us our morality, that is unquestionable. With regard to the Old Testament, if you want to get into the debate about, what's bad, I would start with the question of how do you know what's bad?
Hey, Nick, I'm sorry
You
to cut
claim
you
that
off.
certain
Nick.
things are bad. You don't know where good and bad comes from. And how do we know the good and bad are even real? If we're all material, if we're only atoms and we don't have souls, why does it matter what happens to any of us? I mean, what
Deadlock, I never claimed moral objectivity.
is justice? Is there such a thing as the conceptual? If there is only matter, where is the conceptual?
Sorry, one more thing. And right, like Eli said, you don't need religion to know that it's generally wrong to kill someone. I actually think if you need religion to understand what is right and wrong generally, then that's pretty fucked. If you need God to tell you not to kill and rape and cheat and lie, then you're just hopeless, dude.
Conceptual. Can we see it? Can we feel it? Is it located
You want to
somewhere?
one of those points?
Let's let
So,
Dean respond now.
well, and I'm making a point here. I'll wrap it up quickly. So for an atheist to point to the Old Testament and say, well, how could a God who does these things be so immoral? I would say to the godless, what is moral and who are we if we're not just stardust being rearranged? I mean, slavery, these things, these are conceptual. It can only exist with a real philosophical viewpoint, not with this kind of lame, like, Sky Daddy isn't real sort of stuff. So, there's just a lot of assumptions there that kind of need to be interrogated.
Okay, Dean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
before
what
you go,
needs to be
Dean.
interrogated is the fact that you asked me, well, what do I do with a group of people like others? What if God said that?
Then we
I
would
think
have
that's
to
a
do
question
it.
that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to kill a baby, would you do it?
Well, God would never do that because God is good and those things are evil.
Okay, so is evil. So when he commanded
Well,
people
he's
to kill Malachi in
babies.
1 Samuel 15:3, that was evil?
God is telling us to rape and kill babies right now.
So specifically about killing, in 1 Samuel 15:3, he did command Saul and his men to kill the Amalekite babies.
Babies? He told them to rape babies?
No, to kill babies.
Well, yeah, then if I were one of those guys, I would have done it, but not.
Okay, so if God commanded you to kill a baby today, would you do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. How is that any more objective than like the other okay, a better way to word this is how is that any less subjective than non-Christian morality or subjective morality? Yeah, I don't know why this is censored. This is a stream I found, so sorry. Hopefully you guys can get what they're saying though. I can make it out. But Dean essentially asked Nick, if God commanded you today to kill a baby, would you do it? And Nick, unironically, not joking, said yes. And he said back in the day when God commanded the people to kill the Amalekite, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but some specific type of people's babies, he would have done it.
Okay. So why would you kill a baby, but you wouldn't kill a baby?
Because that would be cruel or something.
Wait, is baby not cruel?
In the Old Testament, it worked differently.
No, I'm talking
That's a
about
fallen world.
You particularly said that you would kill a baby today if God asked you, but you
If
wouldn't
God told
rape
us-
a baby if God asked you. So how come
No.
you kill a baby today, but not a baby?
Because the context of the Old Testament is that it's a fallen world. And that's the context you're talking about. You said that in the Old Testament,
Dude, we're not
God
talking
said
about
to-
dude. Please
Hang
answer
on.
my
Yeah,
question.
we are.
This
We
is a
literally
damning
are.
non-answer.
Well,
You
if we're not
told me
talking about
today-
wait. If we're not talking about
Give
the
me
Old
30
Testament,
seconds.
what are we talking about?
About the fact that you told me today, if God commanded you to kill a baby, you would do it. And then I followed that up by asking you, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? And you said
But God
no,
wouldn't do that because
that's
it's evil.
cruel. Okay, so kill a baby today, you would do if God commanded it.
Killing a baby isn't wrong if God commands you, but God forbid a woman gets an abortion if she's raped, right? Totally logical.
But killing a baby today, you wouldn't do because God wouldn't command it.
Well,
because it's evil.
first of
Are you
all-
making the implication that killing a
Paul.
baby today isn't evil?
No. What you said is that in the
so
Old
then you
Testament.
wouldn't do that either, right?
Well, hang
This
on.
is seemingly a
Let's
contradiction.
rewind. Let's rewind because you said in the Bible God says to babies. Can you just
No, I
retract
said
that?
kill
Because that never
babies.
happened. No,
I
if
said
you
kill
rewind.
babies.
Yeah, okay. People can rewind the clip.
He didn't say that,
Babies,
you
because you got
idiot.
and people
clear
because
this
you
up
got a
so
little
easily.
ahead of yourself. Because you got a
Nick,
little
we'll
ahead of
clear this up
yourself.
Nick,
that
I
never
will literally
happened.
clear this up so easily.
Okay.
If I said God commanded Saul and his men to babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, I misspoke. In 1
Okay,
Samuel
thank you,
15:3,
yeah.
God commands Saul and his
But
men
see, that's
to babies. But you are not answering my question. This is a damning
am, I
non-answer.
am.
Every single person watching the stream can see that you said if God commanded you to kill a baby today, you said you would do it. Can you affirm
did.
Can we
that
be
fact?
serious? Can we be serious
He
for a
did.
second?
We are being dead serious. Can you affirm the fact that you said if God told you to kill a baby, you do
Can
it?
we be serious? Can we grow up?
Why won't you
So-
answer my question?
Well, because we're talking about the Old Testament, are we not?
Dude, we're talking about today. How many times do I need to say that?
You're talking about the Old Testament. You're citing the Old Testament. You're talking about a specific verse in the Old Testament.
Oh my God,
You
this
can,
is
you
crazy.
can look. You can giggle.
No, I
but
specifically
can we
asked you-
confirm that we're talking about the Old Testament? Is that correct?
That is
What are we
not
talking
correct.
about?
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about the fact that I asked you a hypothetical question. I asked you.
It's
if
not.
God,
It's a
one
cheap.
moment. Do you mind if I have 30
it's a
seconds?
cheap context. No. It's
You're
a cheap
interrupting me
context
because you don't want me
denial.
to talk because you know that you're losing.
Yeah, because the Old Testament says.
We have zero foundation of knowledge. Ooh, good one.
Bad things in it. I know. I'm a new atheist, and I just discovered. Here's my answer to your question, if you allow me to answer it. I know you want a cheap gotcha question, but let's add a little context. The Old Testament takes place in a fallen world. We live in a fallen world because we have free will. Okay, God created human beings. Human beings disobeyed God and sinned. Because we disobeyed God and sinned, we have the penalty of death, war, shame, guilt, pain at birth, all these things. In the fallen world, people lie, cheat, steal. Cain kills Abel. In the world, the fallen world, before Jesus Christ arrived, it was a world with slavery and warfare and iniquity. It is in this context that God commanded the chosen people to certain tribes to establish their survival, to secure a line for the coming of the Messiah. God does not approve of, because it says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. God does not approve of, because it says, thou shalt not kill thy neighbor's wife, and so on and so forth. So God obviously does not support, would you a baby? No. But in the Bible, God prescribes laws and specific actions at the beginning of the world, which was fallen without Christ, without a Savior, in sin, for the survival of the chosen people. So the rules worked a little bit differently in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that, and of course, taking a life in and of itself, hang on, there's a difference everybody knows between killing and murder. If I go for you for no reason, that's immoral. If I kill in self-defense or self-defense of my children, it's a different story. God commanding the people of the Old Testament is an extraordinary exception based on the fallen old world. That's one. Two, when Jesus Christ arrives, he fulfills the law and saves people from. Before Jesus Christ arrived, nobody could even go to heaven, and it was a world of iniquity. And Jesus Christ changed and created this modern world that we're living in. So now here's the thing. God.
Literally none of this matters because Dean already asked Nick if God commanded him to kill a baby today, right now. He would do it. So literally none of this fucking matters. He's just going on another one of his stupid tangents. Okay, I'm gonna try to not get heated, but Nick Fuentes is just so... God, he just goes on about things that aren't relevant.
God is the authority. If God commands us to, look, I know it's a complicated issue. You can't fit it into a TikTok where you do the Destiny drive-by and say, Trump's making your grocery prices higher. But it's actually a complicated issue where you're talking about evil, the existence of evil. So, does that mean that God is not an authority? Of course not. God is an authority. Would God command us to do those things today? Probably not. But if he did, in a hypothetical scenario, we'd have to trust God if we truly believe in God. Otherwise, you would say something like, we know more than God, or God is not good, or we're better than God. And that negates the concept of a God or good itself. So that's my answer to your, so when you say babies, it ties into a abortion policy. It's just cheap, low IQ, left-wing bullshit. But anyway, go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. So I hear everything that you just said. I will give that a great response. I sure did. But before I give that a response, I wanted to take a brief moment to go back to the question that I was attempting to get you to answer prior. I understand that you just kind of gave me the story of the Old and New Covenant. We had different rules before, the Messiah came back down, created the New Covenant, whatever. I get it. Thank you. Okay? But the question that I asked you was, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? You said yes. I then asked you, Nick Fuentes, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? And you should know that's too cruel. If you'd like to take 15 seconds to kind of clear up that gap, like, does that make the implication that baby isn't
I answered the question.
You didn't.
Okay. Is this a debate about Christian nationalism, or is this like a weird new atheist? And by the way, why do you think is wrong? Where do you get that information from?
So first of all, I don't think that killing's inherently wrong. I think that murder is wrong. Okay. The unjustified
okay. So you agree with me then?
Right. And then what I'd say here about
Nick,
murder is that's
agrees
just going to be
with
driven given my
self-defense.
intuitions. I'm a subjectivist. We all know this, but I think you are too. Would you agree with
You're
me?
subjectivist.
Would you agree with me that objectivism can be defined as like a stance independent, like truth?
It's an independent truth. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Like a stance independent truth. That's what it means for
A
somebody to be
stance
objectively
independent truth?
Yeah.
Of independent truth, or that there is independent truth?
Okay. Wow. So
The sentence construction doesn't make sense.
Okay, so like in philosophy, right? When we're referencing terms such as moral objectivism or moral subjectivism, we define objectivism given like when I say murder is wrong, that is true independent of any stance, of any act, or of any mind. Okay, when I say
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I don't understand the construction. I'm not. You're like mumbling to yourself. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm just
believe.
asking
Yeah,
if you agree with my
subjectivism is
definition
that
of
there's
the
an
term.
independent truth. Yes.
Okay, so is morality independent of God?
No, because
Okay.
God is morality. God is good.
So a morality is subject to God.
Okay. Ooh, could God create a box so heavy?
And that was my whole point earlier. Dean worded it a lot better than me. But like if morality is based on God and it's God's subjective to it, he can deem when murder is right and when murder is wrong, then it's not objective. And plus, again, there's not even like concrete evidence for all this. Everybody disagrees with who God is. It's kind of foolish.
He couldn't lift it. Yeah, that's great. So if you believe
Wait, that would be a
killing is not,
contradiction. I didn't give you a
I know.
contradiction. I just showed you that you're
I
a moral
know.
subjectivist.
I know. Thank you. So
That's cute, huh?
So where do you believe that killing is wrong then? So you believe it's subjective. You don't believe it's absolutely wrong.
10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what's that? What's that, Aiden?
10 minutes, guys.
Great, yeah. So I mean, I could kind of give you a little bit of an overview of my stance here on morality. So metaethically, I'm just gonna be a subjectivist, a relativist. When we like to reference like why I think things are wrong, it's just gonna be driven my intuitions. I mean, like we could talk about different moral frameworks. I myself am what is called a threshold deontologist, meaning that I believe that like particular things can be always wrong, but meanwhile we should consider like the consequences of others. It's pretty interesting.
Is the Holocaust wrong?
Yeah, the Holocaust was wrong.
Objectively?
No, because objective truths in the context of morality doesn't exist. Nothing's
In your
objectively
opinion,
wrong or
it's
right
wrong.
because that standard doesn't exist.
In your opinion, it's wrong.
And in accordance with my index standard, it's wrong. Yeah, but I mean, just saying, oh, you believe in subjectivism, but I'm gonna like counter that by asking you, is it objectively wrong? That doesn't really achieve anything. I could literally.
What is your qualification?
Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Of course, it was wrong. Of course, it was objectively
you
wrong.
just agreed with me that morality is subject to God.
Because morality is God. It's identity, not subjectivity.
Wait, God is identical to morality?
Yes, God is good. God is the good.
Okay, so when I say that like hugging your mom is good, I'm just saying that hugging your mom is God?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just say that for me? Like every single time you kiss your wife, that's a really God thing to do?
Love is good. An act of love that expresses love is good. God is the good. God is being itself. We are participating in being.
Oh, wait, now we have some more issues here because earlier you told me that God would never command you to like baby because that's evil, but now you're saying that God is identical to goodness, meaning if God is all powerful in the sense that he could do anything that's logically possible and he's identical to goodness, why wouldn't he be able to tell you to baby?
Did you say grape?
I did. TikTok words. I know.
Well,
I
God
stream on there
also
for 6
tells
hours
us
a day.
that God's plan is very complex.
Why won't you answer
and-
my question?
Because these are just like low IQ.
No, that's not a low IQ point at all. We're literally
is.
talking about what you think
my
goodness is,
God.
what its derivative,
Nick is such a
and how it apply to your
child.
God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say all
If it
things
happened, if it happened at all, by the way. But yeah,
okay,
let's
so,
theoretically.
What the? Hey,
No, I'm kidding. Of course
come on,
it happened.
You see what I'm talking
yeah,
about?
dude,
Like,
Nick,
no,
what the? Bro,
talking to you, Aiden? Yeah,
Mark.
this guy's over here saying,
Oh my
if the
gosh.
Holocaust happened,
Oh my
but then he
gosh.
asked me if the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Get a load of this joker. So I just want to ask you a fucking quick
Get a load
question.
of this joker.
Oh yeah, get a load
How
of this
about
joker. I wanna
another
ask-
joke?
how
What do you
about
get?
You need to unmute your mic.
Get a load of this.
You want to
Okay.
tell me another joke? Keep talking. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a
No,
question.
that's
Would you
very
say
good.
all things considered that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my
absolutely.
God,
And it is. And it is. And it absolutely
you're
is.
so spineless. How the can you sit in front of 45,000 people and say that the most
Oy vey.
well-documented thing that has ever
Is
happened
it?
in history might not have happened? I want to ask you a question. How the do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened?
Shroud
Please
of
answer
Turin.
that question.
Shroud of
Boom.
Turin. Shroud of
Shroud
Turin.
of Turin, that's been taken by
100%.
the Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250
Than the thing
independent
that
sources
didn't
that would
happen?
justify that the Holocaust exists.
Listen, this isn't a Holocaust
Wait,
debate.
also
Let's
the
try to
Shroud of
stay
Turin-
focused.
No,
This is
I
a
wanna-
Christianity debate.
No, let's talk about it. The Shroud of Turin specifically, we had 4 different group of scientists take different
I'm
parts of
saying
it.
6
None of them
million's a
could date
lot.
it back to anything after 400 years AD.
I'm just
How
saying it's
can
a
you
lot of people.
No. I want you to tell me how the you know that Jesus rose from the dead with a lack of any historical evidence that exists from
calm
during his
down.
lifetime from a first-person
Calm
experience.
down.
Yeah,
This is
you
a
don't
factual
think the
debate.
Holocaust happened.
This is a factual debate, Kamala. Tampon Tim.
Yeah,
Hey,
go for the
listen,
emotions
Tampon
'cause you
Tim,
know that
this
you're
is
losing
about
the argument.
facts. 1, Shroud of Turin. Impossible to create other than with Jesus ascending into heaven. That's 1. 2, all I'm saying is
Nick gets baited in this
that's a lot of
debate.
bodies. Unless
lot.
we forgot the technology to cremate them. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, and you weren't
the
either.
Shroud of Turin. Wait. So you're telling me that it was absolutely impossible for some
Impossible.
impossible for the Shroud of Turin to exist? Then please
Oh,
tell me
you don't know
why.
the facts.
Then please tell
You
me
don't know
why
the facts.
Tell me why the earliest carbon dating on the Shroud of Turin that we've gotten from the material used to create the Shroud of Turin is like from 1200 AD.
That's not true. That's not even true.
It's either 400
You can
or
fact check
1200
that.
AD.
That's not even true. They just did a new study on it and they proved it's
Oh,
100% real.
They proved it's 100% real.
It's
So please-
100%. It's like super real. That's 1.
Okay.
2,
Okay.
we have
Wait, so I love how Nick believes in that science that proves the Shrouded Turin or whatever is real. But science that says there's dinosaurs, nah, that's kind of bullshit. All the records on the Holocaust happening, nah, I don't believe in that. But when it comes to studies that fit my agenda, my narrative, I believe in those 100%. I put my faith into those.
historians that testified that
Regular
Jesus was a
historians.
real person and was
Yeah, we do.
crucified.
We do.
Josephus, Tacitus. We also
Wait,
have.
Josephus isn't secular. Let's get our facts straight. He was a Jewish
Okay, he was
historian.
Jewish. Okay, he was Jewish. I mean, non-Christian. Thank you for the clarification. Are we good?
Secular mean non-Christian?
Are we good? You know what I meant. I mean, if you were to say that a Christian source is biased, then arguably a non-Christian source would be unbiased. That's the point. Josephus, Tacitus. But you also have the earliest versions of the gospel stories going back to the 1st century. The earliest fragments of it go back to the 1st century. And you have people that went to their death. That's part of why Christianity spread. They went to their death. The Christians were martyred, testifying that they saw a resurrected Jesus. Liars don't go to their death testifying that something happened if it didn't. Certainly not, 11 out of 12 of them, or every single one of them. And that is the basis of how it spread in the ancient world. So, I mean,
There's
that. There's the Shroud of Turin. There's non-Christian historians. There's the fragments of the gospel.
Yeah, so
There's the
Shroud of-
prophecies that are fulfilled by Jesus in the New
so
Testament.
the Shroud of Turin, that just goes straight out the window. We have carbon dated it. Not a piece of it dates back to when Jesus was alive in accordance
Not
with
true.
Josephus and Tacitus, which you reported. Can you
Carbon
give me a
dating is
source?
flawed.
Oh, okay.
Carbon dating is flawed. And there
So to be clear, someone said in chat that it has been historically agreed upon that Jesus exists. And again, like not my area of expertise, but I'm pretty sure that is true. But with the Shroud of Turin, I can't fucking say it. What that is supposed to prove is that Jesus rose from the dead 3 days later. I'm pretty sure I'm correct about that. So they're not arguing over whether or not Jesus existed, it's whether or not he actually rose from the dead. If I'm wrong about that, someone can correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's what the Shroud of Turin, that's why it's so important.
Okay, so
that's not true.
It's earlier than it is, but we just don't know it.
And that's not true. Well, one, it's not real because carbon dating says that like dinosaurs.
Then how do we know that it was from
And
Jesus?
two,
One is not real because carbon dating says that dinosaurs were real. There we fucking go. You know, he only believes in the science and studies that prove again, because like he hasn't even cited or shown, like stated any evidence that backs him up. He's just saying that there was a study, the study was true. But he believes in that. Not dinosaurs though.
Two, there was a recent study done.
How do we know it's from
Two,
Jesus?
there was a recent study that was done that showed that it literally would not even be possible using the technology at the time to create a forgery. So it had to have been created by something with luminosity that just didn't exist back then for it to imprint throughout the entire shroud. They didn't have that kind of technology back then.
Wait, I have a question.
It's impossible to create it any other way.
Do you mind if I ask you a question here? Okay, so I like this argument. Let's just go ahead and say that you're right. It was impossible to create without some sort of divinity. Jesus Christ is a prophet of the Islamic religion. Can you please give me any reason to believe that Christianity is true more so than Islam being true?
That's just a stupid question.
That this luminosity could be granted, either Islam being true
Do you
or
know what
Christianity being
Muslims?
true?
Let me ask you this question. Do you know what Muslims believe about Jesus Christ and the crucifixion? Can you
He was
tell
a
me?
prophet of God. He didn't actually die on the cross. Someone else stepped in his shoes.
So what was the Shroud of Turin? Do you know?
Oh, it was over him in the burial.
So how would we know Islam isn't true? Well, let's see. If he wasn't actually crucified, then how would they lay the shroud over his body and his soul leave to make the imprint? So you don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, no, you don't know what you're talking about.
Tried
to
work it out on the fly. Doesn't even know the order of how could the Muslim Jesus leave the Shroud of Turin imprint if he was never crucified and then therefore
because what did they say about the person that was crucified?
Hello?
What did they say about the person that was crucified?
Nick thinks making squinty faces wins debates. That's cute. That's adorable.
Who did he look like? Who did he present as?
But he wasn't Jesus, so he wouldn't have ascended into heaven and left the luminosity. It would be he was a lookalike.
Oh, that's terrible.
You can say that, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, wait, I don't know.
Normal people, they said it was a body double, someone who looked like Jesus. Normal people don't leave a luminous imprint on the shroud they put on them at the point of death. So the lookalike wouldn't have done that.
Wait, I'm just curious. Could you give me the study?
I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but it was recently completed.
Sure, I would love to.
You should investigate it. You'd probably become a Christian if you're being objective.
Hey guys, let's do Hey, real quick, let's do a 2-minute closing statement. We're gonna start with you, Nick. We're gonna get on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Sure. So, I mean, the good news is we just had a platform to demonstrate the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus. You do have real archaeological evidence like the Shroud of Turin. You have the Gospels. You have the secular historians. No serious historian would testify that Jesus wasn't real or didn't live or wasn't crucified. And if Christianity thread throughout the Roman Empire, it's because of the well-documented martyrdom of the disciples of the early church.
Wait, when did I compliment Nick? I was being condescending, just to be clear. Well, you probably know that, but I just want to make that very clear to everybody.
If you would go to your death testifying that something, a lie or a fabrication didn't happen, then maybe you believe they all faked it. I think that you go to your death only if you saw something true. And even still, people won't tell the truth if they're afraid of the mafia. You'd only go to your death telling the truth if it was God in the flesh. So I think that's just all obvious. With all that being said, we should have a Catholic government. We all have a conscience. The moral law comes.
Oh yes, typical sheep qualities, like believing in things with no evidence, or only believing studies that fit my agenda, or just listening to online content creators that give no evidence or like validity to their statements. Very, that's like very brave.
comes from God. It's also written on our hearts, and we know it. And that's where our intuition comes from, the subjective idea that we get from rationality or empiricism that is wrong. Is wrong. The same objections agnostics and atheists raise against the Bible. And the thing is about the Old Testament, if people are turned off by that, it really just amounts to the problem of evil itself. Evil exists in the world that was created by a good God. This is answered by the philosophical concept of the privation of evil. Prior to the coming of Jesus Christ, it was a world without the good, and therefore it was evil, and thus there was no mercy, compassion, those sorts of things. But it's a very complicated topic. I hope people are, bad things happen in the ancient world, therefore there can be no God. It's obviously false. So that's just the long and short of the whole Christian debate distilled.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go to give my closing statement.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
First, about the Shroud of Turin, anyone watching, feel free to look up any of the multiple groups of scientists that have dated the Shroud of Turin. Not a single one of them have been able to place a date on the Shroud of Turin from a point when Jesus was alive. So that's automatically thrown out of the window.
Yeah, watch out for deadlock,
about Nick's
everybody.
second point there, specifically about the people that went to their
He's a
deaths
big
after
bad
seeing the
boy.
quote-unquote resurrected Jesus. This is something we see in all religions.
many
I want you to go
opinions.
ahead and look up Prophet Muhammad's grandson in the context of the Islamic religion. He was martyred because of his beliefs in his grandfather being a prophet of God. That's present always. If this makes a religion true, all religions would be true. About your third point about the historicity of Jesus Christ, we have no first-hand accounts about Jesus Christ or his life. I do think that he was a real man that lived and died via a crucifixion, but Josephus, Tacitus, all these people came long after he. And I think it's crazy that you're going to sit here and say that we have sufficient historical evidence.
Are men more superior?
No, just superior. Are men superior to women? We'll start with Nick. I'll give you 3 minutes and then 3 minutes to Dean.
I didn't touch anything there, did I? Did it just skip?
And I think it's crazy that you're going to sit here and say that we have sufficient historical evidence.
Are men more?
That's weird. Why'd they cut Dean off? Weird. Maybe the stream fucked up or something. But maybe he said something too based for the internet to handle. Who knows? All right, let's continue. Next question. Are men
More superior?
No, just superior. Are men superior to women? We'll start with Nick. I'll give
Are men superior to women? Is this question.
you 3 minutes and then 3 minutes to Dean.
Yeah, men are awesome. Suck and they're dumb. And no, I'm kidding. Yeah, the thing is, though, men obviously were made to lead, and I do think that women should have a secondary role in society. I think that's absolutely true. I do believe in a fundamental equality between man and woman. The Bible says that God created them man and woman, so we're both created with dignity and should be respected, and there's an equality before God that we both have. But we were created with two distinct and different natures. They are two essential. Maleness and femaleness are essential about a person. They're essential to the soul. They're essential to the body. They come with a function. They come with a particular anatomy. They come with a brain chemistry. And as such, those things have social roles. The idea that these clearly two distinct categories, two essential types of people would be treated precisely the same or exactly the same in society, it belies the fact that they have two different natures. And I think it's obvious that men are celestial, they're individualists, they're rationalists, they're leaders, they're risk takers. They should be working, fighting, running society. Women are terrestrial, they're nurturers, they're caregivers. They should be the mothers. I don't think that they should be necessarily precluded from working. But I think that they should be encouraged first and foremost to be mothers for their benefit and for the benefit of society as a whole. And that's kind of the gist of my position.
Okay, so I have an opening statement. I guess I'll use it up. My position's pretty clear. No, one human being does not have more intrinsic moral value than another human being. I don't think that we could take this qualification of your gender identity or what's in between your legs and abstract that out to this norm of who's going to be better at leading. I'd say the qualifications of determining who's better at leading, the qualifications of determining, half the he named off over here is not going to be what's in between your legs or your gender identity, but rather other various traits. But I guess just to make this quick, we could kind of cut to the chase here. Why do you think men are better at leading than women? I would appreciate specifics. You kind of pointed out different natures, different biological differences, neuroanatomy, etc. I want you to name the specifics. Maybe I could ask you a question here. What are the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
smarter, stronger, all of the above. No, I mean, in actuality,
Be specific.
in
Are those your
actuality,
two?
what?
Are those your two qualifiers?
No, I'm being a little bit funny.
Well, be honest with me here.
The reason why they're better leaders, well, one, I think they're really only qualified to be leaders because they are physically stronger. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why we have a feminist society. It's because we live in a world where we have technology. In the old days, when there was fighting, it was very physical and it was very direct. It was hand-to-hand combat, and the only people that could do it were men.
Technology is apparently feminine. To be fair, women, there have been lots of women who have been innovators and creators for technology. Certain types of technology, like when I'm saying technology, like computers and stuff like that. But yeah, I think this idea that like men are stronger, so therefore they're better leaders is kind of absurd. If we still lived by that, we'd probably be in a much more primitive, uncivilized, just worse off, less happy society that doesn't work as well. So, no, that's kind of stupid. This idea that like I've gotten like in my comments like, well, men can take your powers away if they just want to. Like dumbest take ever. First of all, that's not going to happen. Second of all, if you want to take things with force, like good for you, but literally that's never going to happen. So it's just a childish fucking idea.
As such, the militaries that were raised up were
Grace Hopper is a very important scientist, inventor. There was the woman who created frequency hopping for torpedoes in World War II, which led to the invention of Bluetooth. A woman invented the women who did the science, you know, for going to the moon and stuff like that. Plus, I don't know their names, I'm sorry, but there are a lot of women who invented things for space exploration and pieces that go on our earliest rockets. Like, there were a lot of women. The woman who invented Kevlar, for example. So I should know their names off the top of my head. Grace Hopper is the only one I can think of by name right now.
Comprised of men. The people that fought and enforced sovereignty, law, borders, all those things were men.
Somebody asked me to name 3 women inventors or scientists, so that's what I did.
And necessarily then they're the decision makers. And so, you know, the idea that it has something to do with what's between your legs, well, it has to do with what's between your legs and the fact that you have testosterone. You're physically stronger. And by the way, because you have testosterone, it means you're more aggressive. It means you're a bigger risk taker. Those are 2 things that are important. For a person to be a leader, they need to be able to stand against the crowd. And that means a risk taker. It means you need to be disagreeable. It involves a certain amount of aggression and a competitiveness that women simply lack. We all know that women are very agreeable, passive. Not all of them, but generally speaking.
I gave at least like 5 examples. I can Google their names for you. I'm sorry, I don't have them off the top of my head. Besides Grace Hopper, but the other girl, the frequency hopper girl is like Marie. I don't know. I don't know it, but I don't know the woman who invented Kevlar. I don't know her name. I should know these things. I did at one point. I just forget right now.
Speaking, they are. They're peacemakers. They're more introspective. They're more emotional, less decisive, and all of that makes them worse as leaders. Now, there can be women that are.
Yeah, and if I had to name like 3 male inventors, it would be like Benjamin Franklin, Nikola Tesla, right? I don't know. Yeah, I guess like Elon Musk and stuff.
Are good in particular leadership roles in certain circumstances, and individual women might. But as a general rule, because of their nature, they don't make good leaders.
Okay. Thank you so much for your response there. Let's talk about it all. One of the reasons that you gave me that men are better at leading than women is physical strength. That is a totally and completely mute point. You would not be able to name me one social category in the world today where leadership is determined on purely physical strength. I also bet that you would not be willing to vote for a 15-year-old on steroids that can bench press 600 pounds over Donald Trump just because he's physically stronger. Another point that you brought up is that women are more emotional than men. I'd actually say that's false. 72% of people who men, 85% of people that abuse hard as a substance abuse as an emotional reaction to like particular external stimuli are men. We see that 95% of violent crimes are committed by men. We see that men are much more likely to start wars, to start genocides. We see that men are much more likely to engage in irrational risk-adverse activities such as drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Meanwhile, we see women have a higher IQ and EQ on average. Women outperform men in the context of school, going to it more, getting better grades and better degrees. And we see that women could actually deal with stress.
Okay, the woman who invented frequency hopping that led to Bluetooth is called Heidi Lamar. And the woman who invented Kevlar is Stephanie Kolick. And then there's like literally tons of women who worked on the earliest like rockets and stuff. And then there's the women who did the science to get to the moon and all of that jazz. And there's plenty of others. Plus, not to mention all the men that took the patents from the women who actually invented things way back in the day.
Better than men, and that's one of those biological predispositions that you were talking about. Women have thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy compared to men for the reason being,
just because I didn't remember the names off the top of my head doesn't mean
women
shit,
to
bro.
deal with
I knew what
childbirth,
they invented.
okay, right, and that made them deal with stress better as well. That's why we see that female surgeons outcompete male surgeons. The JMA and the AMA did a massive study on 1.7 million patients on 6 continents and evaluated that if you're operated on by a male compared to a female, that you're more likely to result of your surgery and you're more likely to experience postoperative outcomes. So just a quick recap.
Dude, Dylan, sorry you can't keep up, or like maybe you missed it, but somebody in chat asked me to name 3 female scientists and inventors. I've said this like 4 times now, so hopefully you can fucking hear it this time.
Physical strength doesn't mean I have bigger biceps than you. I bet you think you're a better leader. Emotional maturity. Women are more emotionally mature than men. Then about intelligence and all the other brought up. We could get into that, but I'll let you respond to the points that I brought up so far.
Yeah. So you said it was risk averse to gamble and drunk drive. It's the opposite. You said men are more willing to drunk drive and gamble. Those are risk taking activities, and risk taking is fundamental in leadership.
Yeah,
that's why, yeah, well, fair enough. And that's why, you
drunk
know, the
driving
richest
is
people in the
fundamental
world
in
are all men,
leadership
because the
qualities.
entrepreneurs are men.
If you're
because
willing
an
to drunk
entrepreneur
drive,
is a risk taker. And, you know,
leadership
one man's
qualities.
gambling is another man's entrepreneurship. One man's drunk driving is another man's self-destructive, obsessive, maniacal quest for, you know, building the best company or being the president or anything like that. It's absolutely essential. With regard to higher IQ and EQ, it is true that on average women have a higher IQ, but it's also true that the distribution is different. There's more geniuses among men. I mean, the curve, if you will, is flatter. So there's more men that are on the left side of the curve. There's more men on the right side of the curve. Although the average for women is higher, they don't have those outliers and those extremes. That's why you don't see a lot of female geniuses. And that's just true. I mean, earlier today in preparation for the debate, I asked ChatGPT, I said, name some female geniuses. They got to like 3 before they had to name a feminist. They did like Marie Curie, some ancient Neoplatonist no one ever heard of. And then it was like all the like first and second wave feminists. There's no female geniuses. There's very few female billionaires that didn't get their wealth outside of divorce. There's very few female heads of state. People say that's oppression, it's misogyny, and we all know it's because they're not risk takers, they're not tough. With regard to they handle stress better, Yeah, maybe certain kinds of stress, but I think we all know women. And I think we all know that when women are put in stressful situations,
Oh
they
my
crumble.
God.
They
So
cry,
my
they
evidence-
cry, they get upset, they freak out, they call their boyfriend, they call their father.
and men
Hang on.
punch
I'll
holes
let you
through
go on.
walls
I'll let
and
you go
burn
on. And
down
you said
cars
that
and
ridiculous
buildings.
stuff.
When's
Hang
the
on,
last
let me finish. I'll wrap up.
School.
I'll wrap up, but I let you finish and I let you say that women handle stress better. That's insane. Okay. And with regard to physical strength, look, I said today physical strength is not a qualifier because of techniques, because we have missiles, we have tanks and things like that. But the point is, it used to be the case that what qualified you to lead is that you would go out there and be doing the fighting and all of that. And that is still true. It's not necessarily true in the United States, but it is still true in other countries. In countries like Israel, for example, or Iran, their presidents and their ministers are frequently military leaders that are actually having to be in the tanks and in the battlefield. And, it's hard to be in the battlefield when you get your period. It's hard to be in the battlefield if you're pregnant or something like that. Men don't get pregnant. Men don't get their period. Men are physically stronger. The men have more endurance. That's why, by the way, it's not just that they're stronger, they're faster, they're all the above. That's why women don't compete with men in sports. That's why men make better soldiers. And so, it kind of does matter that if there's a war, men are going to be the ones fighting and it, and that's why they're leading. And there's something deeply related to their biology there as well. But go ahead, since you want to interrupt me already.
Yeah, let's
You've
do
been
something
talking
here.
for 10
I've
fucking
felt
minutes.
this way like the entire time that we've been having the discussion. I feel like we both like to talk a lot. I think that that's been evidently clear. We just kind of go at each other with like these 2 to 3 minute responses. Can I ask something from you?
What is it? Depends on what it is.
I kind of want to break down each point you've brought up and demonstrate to you why it's flawed instead of just giving these long-winded responses.
You want to do a fact check?
5 minutes, guys.
And I want to do that point by point with our last 5 minutes. The first point about physical strength. Who would you rather vote for? A 15-year-old that can bench press 1,000 pounds or Donald Trump?
But that's not what I'm not saying that the most physically strong person should be the king. I'm saying that
what are you saying?
as a category, women are not soldiers. They're not tasked with defending the country, and that is effectively what the king or the president is supposed to do, is defend the realm.
Didn't
So
Trump dodge the draft 5 times?
Oh my. Okay, so are we just going to do the resistance liberal thing now? I said
No,
the
it's
United
just
States,
crazy.
technics
Halfway defending the
notwithstanding.
country.
Are you capable of understanding like a concept?
Can non-soldiers
I
defend the
know
country?
about the
President
audio.
Bones. We're talking about whether women should be leaders if they
I
can't
know, and you're-
physically
and you're
defend the
giving-
borders.
Okay, so you'd say the weaker you are, physically speaking, the worse you are at leading.
No.
So then what's your argument?
Yeah, it's like you're not even listening. I said as a category, because it's
A category that's not going to be indicative of leadership ability, when the question is, why are men
Okay.
better at leading than women? Why do you
Right.
name a category where we see these general biological distinctions between men and women if it's not indicative of men being better at leading than women? I asked
Because-
you to name the specific biological differences between men and women that make
Which I
men
did.
better at leading than women. You said
Which I did.
strength was one of them, and now you're saying it's not. You're saying that emotional intelligence was
Okay.
one of them, then you conceded that women are more emotionally intelligent than men. Another
Didn't hear
that
the
you,
other part.
Another point that you brought up was intelligence, specifically IQ, with like the highest geniuses of the men being smarter than that of the women. I'd say there's going to be some social, like some social aspects thrown in there. I mean, if you look at like the average IQ of an Arab individual compared to a white individual at home here in the U.S., the white individual has a higher IQ. But then if you go to an Arab-dominated country in the Middle East, you'll see that the Arab individual has a higher IQ. What this means is that socialization, access to opportunity, and resources can play in, right, to like your deviated IQ. So of course we'd see more men having higher IQs at the end of the spectrum compared to women, just because they have more opportunity, resources, and access to education.
Oh, it's because
in
of
general.
misogyny.
Wait, when you say this is only an argument made by people in the West, unless you're talking to somebody in chat, the West are the leaders of the world. So, effectively, we've had the best leadership, and we haven't done it through brute strength and violence. Well, there has been a lot of violence, but that's not like how we run our countries, like, essentially.
Misogyny. It's misogyny, right? Women are dumb because of misogyny.
Well, actually, I'd say that not being in the top 10%
let me ask
of
you.
IQs
Let me
doesn't
ask
make
you a
you
question.
fucking dumb.
You ask me
And then
questions. Let me
secondly,
ask you a
I give you a reason
question.
to believe that that's
I want to ask
true.
you a question about leadership. What do you think are good leadership traits? Can you give me some examples of what like good leadership traits are?
That's a great question, and I think I'll give you a great answer. We could talk about a good, morally virtuous character. We could talk about ability to get along with other people, bring people together, and get them to follow you. Another thing that I'd say, a good leader isn't just someone who could bring people together, but a good leader is also someone that can lead those people into a positive direction. The reason that leadership exists in the first place is because when you take a large group of people and you set them on their own paths, they're not going to get done. Thereby, you choose one of that large group of people to lead them all in what? A positive direction. So you're looking for someone with a good character. You're looking for someone that could bring people together. You're probably going to be looking for someone that's pretty competent as well, and someone that could like achieve like the highest level of eudaimonia for the group of people that they're leading. I'm sure there's other attributes that we get assigned to leadership here, but there's going to be a general sense.
Bro, pull out eudaimonia. Look,
Wait, Nick,
where you're wrong.
Nick, let's do you need to respond, or could we, let's do a 1 minute closing statement here?
Can I just respond and then we can do
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So just to respond to that, I mean, and this is kind of the whole essence of the debate.
Didn't
Is you
cut me off last time? Funny. Go ahead.
you fundamentally misunderstand human nature and you know nothing about leadership. You say it's about bringing everyone together to move in a positive direction. It's like this is a problem with Gen Z. It's like this kind of hang on, can I finish, please? I didn't interrupt all that nonsense. It's just sort of like, hey, everybody, let's all hold hands and let's just create, like everyone's being nice to each other. The world is a mess, okay? The world is a knife fight. On the global scale, when you're talking about leaders and armies, it's a knife fight for existence. When you're talking about companies, it's a knife fight for existence. When you're talking about anything, human competition, it's practically homicide between people, and anyone that's serious about anything will tell you that. Anyone that's obsessed, anyone that's ambitious, anyone who is ruling, who is actually the leaders in society, who earn their role there, they'll tell you the same thing. It's cutthroat. And yeah, like there are some abilities.
Nick Fuentes is like 3 years older than Dean. Dean is 20. Okay, he might be like 4 years older than Dean. But Nick Fuentes is in his early 20s. He's not like this older, wise, mature man.
Like you said, like, yeah, you need to inspire people and things like that. But more than that, you need a willingness to do what it takes. You need an ambition. You need to take risks. You need to be willing to make decisions and stand by them. These are all qualities that purely because of gender and hormones, because of their biological role, women don't have those things. Because women have to have a baby grow inside of them for 9 months and then hear it scream and cry and take care of it and feed them from their breast and have like basically a dependent. They're just not made for that kind of competition. They have a completely care-based ethics. They're totally dependent. Men who are individuals, risk takers, aggressive, men who can exist independently of
Men are
women when it's really not
guys.
so the other way around. They alone
Women
have the
are
ability to
just
do what it takes to
clusters.
lead. And that's why even with all the DEI in the world, you're still going to have men running everything. The private sector, the public sector, the military, because men are the ones that can lead. And thus, they do. It's only through
That's
ideologically
changing.
motivated policies from human resources departments that you get women doing anything other than like creating schedules and being nurses and being teachers and stuff like that. That's just reality. Everyone knows it. And you could give me 100 studies. That's human nature.
Dean, respond, and then we'll go to
Okay,
closing statements.
Yeah, it's funny how you're saying that you can't get women to do anything. If a woman didn't do something, you wouldn't be sitting here having this debate with me right now. But I would just wanted to respond to that. You're saying men are so much better at leading than women, and I hate women because I haven't touched one since conception. Sorry, that's not what you said. You actually said, because they're not.
I touch them. I just don't. I don't have sex with them. They're not my wife.
I don't know about that. Anyways, so
You're a rapist.
I'm not gonna call
Orange
you a
man
rapist
bad.
without evidence.
Orange
Anyways,
glad.
So anyway,
Go ahead,
no, you're good, man. What I was gonna ask, well, if like ambition, risk taking, and aggressiveness is what makes you a good leader, was an incredibly ambitious, aggressive risk taker. Given your qualifications, would you thereby say that he is a good leader?
It's indisputable he is. Indisputably. You could even say he's evil. He made Germany great again. Even
have
if
a
you believe
question.
he's evil.
Who would you rather have run our country right now? Your wife or Hitler?
Of course. Of course. I don't have a wife, but if I did, she would not be fit to run the country. I could tell you that much. She can run the kitchen. She can't run the lawnmower. I'll put it that way. And I think anyone would. One's in the chat if you'd rather for your wife. Two's if you prefer your wife. We'll let the numbers do the talking over. I don't think I'm alone in that.
Okay, let's do 1 minute closing. Let's do 1 minute Nick and then 1 minute Dean. Nick, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my closing statement is that, look, it's human nature. I am not an empiricist. I don't think we need to consult the studies. I think we know our nature. I think God created a man and a woman. We're created with two different reproductive faculties. We're created with, as a result, different anatomies, different natures, different dispositions. We're made with complementarity. Men and women are not only made differently, they're made to complement each other, which doesn't mean that they're necessarily opposites, but it does mean that there's like reciprocal differences. As a result of these essential immutable differences, we should treat men and women differently, and we do. That's why we have things like chivalry. That's why men don't hit women. That's why men and women don't compete in the same sports. And, a lot of people understand that, but then they don't understand why we would say we don't want a woman president, or why we wouldn't want to send women into combat, or why we think that men aren't bad bikers and whatever in the same way that men are. But it all proceeds from the same essential complementary natures that the two were given by God.
That's
to pretend otherwise is to ignore our eyes and our experience and what we know about ourselves and the people in our lives.
Dean, 1 minute.
First of all, you said that's why men don't hit women. Men do hit women. It sucks. Second of all, let's talk about why men are not better at leading than women. Every single point that Nick Fuentes has been reduced to him telling us all that Hitler is a better candidate for America's president today compared to Kamala Harris or his very own wife. I don't give a shit about the 12 or 13-year-old little boys spamming 1 in Aiden's chat. Anyone with half of a fucking brain cell can tell that this logic is not immutable, and it leads you to being a RNC droid repeating the same alternative media talking points that you got from Andrew Tate. Okay, right? The facts of the matter are, this guy said men are better at leading than women because they're physically stronger. Physical strength is not indicative of being better at leading. Go talk to the biggest guy in your gym and see who would be better at leading. This guy also brought up levels of emotion. Men are more emotional than women. We all know this. That's why they commit vast majority of violent crimes. That's why they commit vast majority of That's why they abuse hard more, right?
It's about time, Dean.
TV, kidnapping, etc. more.
Look, when it comes down to it, men and women, sure, there's like biological generalities for them. Like, I guess in general. But in reality, there is a large overlap. Men and women have more in common than they do different, including when it comes to our brains. And when it comes to like the differences in male and female brains, it tends to just come down to the way they work and problem solve. So it's not that men are better or worse at problem solving. Men in general tend to have a brain that problem solves in a certain way, and women go about it at a different way. That's like very broad terms. In general, like women's brains are better at multitasking, and men's brains are better at single task things and stuff. And again, there are still large overlaps where this isn't true. But if we're going by like major generalities, and then autism actually tends to like reverse. So like in autistic girls, they tend to have the brains that operate more in like the male way, and vice versa. So, but overall, men and women have much more in common than they do differently. When it comes down to what's going to make you a good leader, it's not going to be biology. So biology might impact that, especially depending on what type of leadership you're doing. But good leadership qualities are not limited to either male or female.
Point that he brought up was intelligence. Women have a higher IQ on average. Let's face the facts, folks. There's no evidence to believe that men are better at leading than women. And I suggest you treat the women in your life well and don't tell them to stay in the kitchen or you're not going to get a wife.
That's
Just
time,
like
Dean.
28-year-old Nick Fuentes over here hasn't been able to get a girlfriend since he was born. That's why, folks. That's why you're an but we're going to go ahead and move on now.
Okay, let's go back to Trump, Kamala in the beginning. We'll say who's stronger on immigration, Trump or Kamala?
This one's so
Okay, we'll start with Dean. We'll give you let's do 2 minutes. We'll keep this one a little short, a 2-minute intro.
Yeah, sure. Kamala Harris is stronger on immigration. Well, this one's just evidently clear. Donald Trump is pro.
There's like
open
20
borders.
minutes left in this.
Why is Donald Trump pro-open borders? Because he torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, drafted by a Trump-endorsed Republican by the name of Langford. Okay? Trump is pro-open borders right now because he knows it's going to increase his chance of winning re-election. Another thought here, if I was a conservative and I cared about immigration, Donald Trump wouldn't be my guy. He essentially passed no policy that effectively mitigated increasing numbers of border crossings and entries into our country under his term. The wall didn't do. The Remain in Mexico policy didn't. If you look at the graph behind Donald Trump at the rally that he claimed that his clampdown on the southern border started with Title 42 and COVID. The big public health emergency that Nick Fuentes over here probably thinks was a common cold is the only reason that we had as low of border entries under Trump's administration as we did. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, right, she wants to send more funding to the courts on the borders to expedite the asylum-seeking processes to reduce undocumented migration in our country. She's the only candidate in the race to prosecute transatlantic gangs. But the moral of the story, the one point that I want to stick for Nick Fuentes over here to respond to, is that Donald Trump is pro-open border because he torpedoed good border policy in the House and the Senate 2 years ago because he wanted the crisis to continue and make the Democrats look bad.
Nick, you got 2 minutes.
All right. Yeah, that's just like...
Okay, I want to address this comment. Women on average want men to lead in relationships. Why is that the case almost universally? It's not. It's not. When it comes to sex, I would say yeah. In general, most women probably want the male to lead, and that could even come down to socialization maybe. But no, most women aren't cool with men just leading their relationships. Most women actually want to be a part of the decision making, and actually the best functioning relationship, especially when it comes to kids, is when you have teamwork. So one person is the leader in this aspect of the relationship and family, and the other person leads in this aspect of the relationship and family, and you work together as a team. This shit that like men lead relationships is propaganda bullshit. Okay. And yeah, that's just literally what it is. So
obviously out of touch with reality.
Anything else
I knew
is a
he
Coke.
would go there, and that's why I want to talk about immigration. I mean, you could make that case if history started in the year 2024 that Trump torpedoed the border bill, and that's why the border is bad. But of course, time
that is
didn't
true,
start
Melanie.
in 2024. It started with immigration a long time ago. Trump had a number of executive orders that curbed illegal border crossings. It wasn't just the migrant protection protocols. It was a number of others meant to close.
Well, that's why I said in the bedroom, I think a lot of it comes down to socialization, like media that we've watched growing up. And also, I think because women have been so like taught to feel kind of like ashamed about their sexuality, a lot of them just feel kind of embarrassed to lead in like the bedroom sense, or they're also just like not in touch with their their bodies and their sexuality at all. So they kind of like need the male to lead. So I think all of these contribute to that general idea. But there are tons of women who are, you know, like leading in the bedroom as well.
Loopholes with catch and release, and so they could return immigrants to third-party countries. It wasn't just.
Yes, we don't understand what we're attracted to. We need men to tell us what we're attracted to, even though we keep telling you over and over again we're not attracted to that. That's why you're coping.
Title 42, and the Biden administration undid all of them, literally on the first day. Trump built a border wall. You say it did nothing. Department of Homeland Security says actually it reduced crossings, reduced drug trafficking over the border, reduced human smuggling over the border. That's all true. He built 386 miles of physical infrastructure, and he did it, by the way, after Congress refused to give him the money, after the Supreme Court, or rather a federal judge, tried to hold it up in the court system. Finally, by the end of his term, he was able to get the money from the DOD to build a border wall. Biden stopped building it on day one. Biden also effectively ended deportations. There was a policy under Obama where they said they weren't going to prioritize most illegal immigration for deportations. Under Trump, they put an executive order that said we're going to prioritize all illegal immigrants for deportation. Biden rescinded that executive order. Trump had an executive order that said while you're waiting for your asylum claim to be adjudicated, you wait in Mexico, not in the interior of the United States. Biden rescinded that executive order. Trump said, we will return you to one of the Northern Triangle countries, a third-party country. Biden rescinded that executive order. As a result, illegal immigration under Biden is higher than at any point in history by far. In the 10 years between 2010 and 2020, illegal border crossings, only 1 year on average, on a day-to-day basis, were over 3,000 per day.
10
Under the
seconds,
Biden
Nick.
administration, it was 4,000, 6,000, and now it's over 7,000 border crossings. So it's almost 3 times the 10-year average, and that's because they removed the Trump-era policies. Now they want to blame it on a Senate bill this year? I don't think so.
Thank you for all the information, Nick. I'm going to have fun with this. First of all, it's funny that you think you're so educated about the border, and then you say that Lankford's bill was in the Senate in 2024. No, that was 2023. It started drafting in late 2021. Secondly, you mentioned all the policies that Trump enacted that Biden repealed. First of all, if you look at the border crossings under Donald Trump's presidency, they went up year by year by year until Title 42 was implemented. What does that tell us? Immigration after these great policies didn't go down. What else do we know is that these policies weren't in place under Obama's administration. Did we have a border crisis to the same degree that we have now under Obama's administration? No, at points we had lower crossings than we had under Trump. Phenomenal. What does this tell us? Is that Biden repealing those policies didn't cause the crisis to start. So what did? That's a great question. Well, let's treat Title 42, the total and complete shutdown caused by or implemented because of the public health emergency, like a dam on a river, okay? And that sat on the river for a year and a half, 2 years, however long it was. When you remove the from the river, what happens? Water gushes through. When Title 42 expired, guess what? All of those migrants that had been backlogged gushed through. This was natural, normal, and expected. We should evaluate the responsibility and the efficacy of our current administration based upon their response to this crisis being caused by the revocal of Title 42. And what was their response? To implement bipartisan border legislation, and the first step they took was to influence exactly that through the House and the Senate. That was Lankford's bill. What happened next? Trump calls the Republicans in the House and the Senate, tells them to vote against it, torpedoes the bill. Nick over here knows the story. But I would like to ask you a very crystal clear question, Nick, and it is in the sense of a hypothetical. If your house is burning down and the fire truck shows up to put out the fire, and you tell the fire truck to turn around because you want the house to burn so you can claim the insurance money, Nick Fuentes, did you care about the house?
Well, it's an incorrect hypothetical because the bill would actually concretize the Biden era policies. The bill does not secure the border. So the premise fails on that alone.
And the way that I'd respond to that.
Do you know, wait, let me ask you, do you know the details of the bill? Can you tell me the provisions that are in the bill, please?
I could tell you a handful. Like what was it? Like an additional $500 million towards the courts on the border to expedite asylum-seeking claims. Then we also had like some rolling average daily caps and weekly caps in which the president could then
Do you know what they
close
are?
the border down. I think it was like 5,000 a day for like the weekly cap. But here's my response to that. You said that the average over the administration was like 7,000 or 9,000 a day, whatever you said it was. If you were starving and I offered you a hamburger, would you take it? Or would you say, no, I want a bacon wrap filet? You take the hamburger. So when the border crisis is exuberantly high and we have this bipartisan border legislation that the alt-right, like Nick Fuentes, isn't happy about, any rational, sane person would take the bill to decrease the impact of the crisis.
All right. Now let me respond to that now, because you went on your whole thing about, you corrected me on some of these things.
But you
Let
never
me now
answered my
rebut that.
question.
Well, because the premise of the question is wrong. But I'll
I
answer it
explained to
now.
you how it wasn't wrong.
You want me to answer these like false hypotheticals and syllogisms, but that's not really how a debate works, actually. Or if
It's not false. I'm just saying
if
it is.
passing this bill is like putting out a fire, would you pass the bill? Okay. So first of all, you said the bill was from 2023. The bill failed in 2024. And that's because it resulted from the impasse over appropriations in September 2023. There was an impasse in Congress over 12 military appropriations bills. The deadline was October 1st. That's why Kevin McCarthy was removed, because the Freedom, specifically the MAGA within it, insisted on what they were calling, I forget the name of it, but a certain border provision in the spending bill. McCarthy wouldn't go for it. And they kept passing continuing resolutions until a bipartisan agreement was put together in the Senate. But at that point, and that was in February, Mitch McConnell said, my first priority is Ukraine, because that was the other sticking point in negotiations. So the Republicans, because they wanted Ukraine aid to pass, which was another subject of the impasse, they said, fine, here's your border concessions. And I'll tell you the provisions because you don't know. It said that it would only mandate enforcement of the border when daily apprehensions hit more than 8,000 per day. Again, the average of the past 20 years is 2,000 to 3,000 per day. It would say you only have to enforce.
But I'm still
That's what
listening.
the bill says. The bill says
no,
8,000 per day. It says that
Could we get a fact
it says
check
that
on
the
that?
administration can get emergency authority at 5,000 per day on average over a 7-day period. But it only
Another lie.
mandates, it only,
Another lie.
no, not a lie. It mandates enforcement at 8,000.
It's 5,000 for one day for a lockdown.
Excuse me. I let you finish your nonsense when you said it was in 23 when it wasn't. So you're wrong about that. It mandates it at 8,000 per day. What's more, again, the daily averages for 20 years, 10, 20 years, was 2,000 to 3,000. Under the Biden administration, it goes up past 7,000. They want to say, well, 5,000, you get emergency powers. 8,000, you have to use emergency powers. That's far too many. And this whole argument about a backlog because of Title 42, 10 million illegal immigrants have come in under Biden. Title 42 was implemented. When did the lockdown happen? March 2020. You think 10 million illegals were trying to get in the 9-month period between March and December of 2020? Biden undid all the policies in January 2021. So that's just like an ad hoc. You're just fishing around for an answer. With regard to the Trump administration, you can see very clearly cause and effect on immigration. When Trump was elected, illegal immigration went down because foreigners anticipated that there would be enforcement. So, and you can see throughout the history of the country, when they threaten enforcement, illegals don't come. When they think they'll get amnesty or they think they'll get in, more of them arrive. So they thought Trump was going to be a hardliner on immigration. They didn't come. Then in September and October 2017, Trump floated a DACA amnesty. He said, we're going to give amnesty to all the deferred action on childhood arrivals. The reason that matters is because children being brought over the border is one of the 3 big loopholes for how illegals are caught and released into the country. They bring children that aren't there, and all kinds of other things. So Trump said, we'll give an amnesty. Then all of a sudden, they started getting caravans from the Northern Triangle in the spring of 2018 because he said amnesty. They heard it. They started to come. Trump maintained a zero tolerance policy promulgated then by Jeff Sessions. And they said, we're going to separate the children. We're going to treat them as unaccompanied minors. There was a huge media outcry before the election. They had to reverse it. And then after they reversed it, it exploded. And May and June 2019, they hit a peak. Trump implemented the migrant protection protocols by threatening sanctions, or rather tariffs against Mexico. And then it came down again. And that is the story of illegal immigration in Trump and the Biden years. It has everything to do.
I see it very differently.
Hang on. It has everything to do with the Biden policies. They let in 10 million people, and then they float out this.
Wait, what policy did Biden has influenced the capacity?
Let me finish. Bro, they put out this bill in the last year because everyone agrees the border's a crisis. They concretize it and basically codify in federal law Biden's policy to let 5,000 people a day on average here. And then when Republicans voted against it, they said, oh, Republicans are against border security. It's a political thing. Even Democrats acknowledge that it's totally fake. You know, you could keep going with it, but everyone knows it's fake.
Okay. Well, apparently Trump doesn't. He said at a rally in Nevada to blame it on him if the border bill fails. So I think that Trump's big mouth actually does him a lot of harm, because I just used Trump's own word of mouth to debunk Nick Fuentes supporting Trump. So yeah, see, that's the face of a losing man. And you said that you were perfectly. Okay, well, I don't appreciate your use of this. But I guess that's what emotionally immature men, when someone smarter than them lays down the truth. Isn't that right, sir?
10 minutes on this topic.
Yes. We make jokes. Men are funny. Men are funny. Men are not funny. That's another advantage, but that's the other debate.
Are you a woman?
You could call it emotionally immature. Oh my gosh, he said the R word. That's what happens when an emotionally immature male. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
According to your logic. Go ahead
on immigration.
According to your logic. But I would like to specifically clarify that your comment about men being more funny than women was just another unfunny, false comment by an immature man. I didn't find it that funny when you were telling us that the Holocaust was fake and that 6 million Jewish people didn't die. I didn't find it that funny when you sat here and you told me that Trump didn't torpedo the border bill, even though he said he did at a rally in Nevada. If men were so much more funny than women, then why are you the most unfunny specimen that I've ever had the displeasure of sitting across the phone with?
Why are you mad, dude? Why are you? We're just having a debate. Passionate. Wait, who's funnier, Trump or Kamala?
Who's funnier?
Be honest.
Trump is funnier than Kamala Harris.
Case in point. I win the debate. Men funnier than women.
Oh, okay. But
you heard it here first.
You understand the reason I'd say that Trump is funnier than Kamala Harris is because
he's a guy.
No, because he has the IQ of your family pet, and he sits on Twitter all day and he rants about how much he hates Taylor Swift just because he endorsed Kamala Harris. That was funny. She endorsed Kamala Harris. It's not a funny and a ha-ha. It's a funny and look at this guy.
Dude, why? It's always like this diminutive. It's funny because it's sad, because you're a sad little. It was, dude, the president tweeted in all caps, I Taylor Swift. You don't think that's funny? You don't think that's not hilarious?
Wait, the president, do you think that Trump won 2020?
I said the former president.
But do you think Trump won 2020?
100% he did. That's a fact.
Can you name one court case that would find?
No, because they threw all the cases out because they lack standing.
Okay, so is it okay believing things without evidence?
There is evidence. You asked about court cases, but the court cases weren't law.
This is why Republicans are just, like, lots of the times, just so full of shit. Because you can give them as much evidence as there possibly is, and they'll still say, like, they'll just disregard it, ignore it, say it's a conspiracy. Like, there's no changing their minds. They're just gonna say the Illuminati did it. Once you present the evidence, oh, the Illuminati controls the courts. Like, there's just no rational reasoning with some of these people, and some of you people in chat. It's just illogical, because then they go and use statistics and data and other, government and economic data to prove their points. That comes from the same shit. But then when it's for the other side, they don't believe it. It's a conspiracy. I was gonna say something else. I forget. I lost track because I read something. Nick isn't a Republican. He's right. He's on the right. He's like an extreme Republican.
They were thrown out because they didn't have standing. There's a difference.
So there's not any evidence that there's
no, there is evidence.
So what's the
There is
evidence of the
evidence.
widespread voter fraud in 2020?
Oh, I know what I was going to say. So, like, they'll believe in all of these conspiracies, but then when you ask them, okay, well, if there's this if hurricanes are controlled by the Democrats in order to ruin the election validity, but Trump got immunity. Someone explain to me how that makes sense. If this was true, Trump wouldn't have got immunity. Or won any of his court cases or anything like that. But then you guys still believe in some crazy Democratic, like, cabal.
The evidence is this. Do you know how many people voted early in the 2016 election? Do you know what percentage?
Significantly less than in the 2020 election.
Correct. Half. 35%. And in 2020 was...
So the court, so again, sorry, just to stick on this. So the courts, you know, when they were doing all of the trials for election fraud, that didn't find any election fraud, those weren't correct. The courts that determined, you know, all the January 6th hearings, all the people who testified, all the evidence that was presented, the voicemails, the emails, the people from his own administration that came forward and dog whistled against him. Whistle blew against him. Those are invalid. But the court cases that allowed Trump to win, we believe those courts aren't corrupt at all. It's just the only courts that are corrupt are when, you know, Donald Trump is dealing with them. Again, no logic.
70%.
Okay, so that's your evidence that Trump had the election stolen from him?
Let me. Whoa! Why so hasty? Let's
chair.
just talk about it.
I'm sorry. I'm having fun, man. I'm having fun.
The amount of I can tell the amount of early voting doubled because they changed the rules in all the states.
Sorry, this is another take that pisses me off too. Early voting. Like specifically, someone tried to make an argument with me that in like a couple of states, they open their polls early and then close them late, and then consider that a form of cheating. How does allowing more Americans the access to vote, which is their right to do, how is that cheating? By giving people, as long as you're legally, like it's legal for you to vote, you're an American citizen, blah, 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 blah. There should be no reason that it's considered cheating because we allow more people to do it.
Change the rules. In Pennsylvania, North Carolina, they illegally changed the rules with state election boards, with the state Supreme Court. In Wisconsin, they changed indefinitely confined status to mean anybody because of the pandemic. They solicited ballots. I literally got a ballot in Illinois for my uncle who has been for 20 years because they were soliciting ballots.
Yeah, that's a true story.
And I would just say,
I'm sure it is.
And let me ask you this. If democracy is so sacred, which you believe, you know, Kamala is going to protect and preserve our democracy. We're not going back.
Only because Trump tried to overthrow it with a fake election.
But if democracy is so precious, then a ballot is a precious thing because the ballot is the currency of the election. Do you think that it's good practice to ship out ballots to every voter and then tell them to dump them off in a drop box in a park unsupervised for a month at any time during the day? You think that's a good way to run an election?
Yeah, okay. I mean, then Trump shouldn't have voted, right? Because
well, is it? I'm asking you, is it? That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that mail-in ballots can be made secure. I understand like your immediate like response to them, saying that, oh, if I use these words in this particular way, this doesn't seem like.
Well, just answer. I mean, do you think that's a good way to run an election? Obviously not. It's obvious.
It is, and the empirics would agree with me. There's no sufficient evidence of widespread voter fraud. All the audits that were done on the outcome of the 2020 election indicated that it was a safe election in recorded U.S. history.
Where do they conduct audits?
One moment. Donald Trump wants to 63 hand-picked courts, with 34 of those judges being Republican appointed, 17 of those judges being appointed by himself. All 63 of those courts ruled that there was no sufficient evidence and threw it out on the basis of no standing. And then Donald Trump even tried to form his own election integrity committee and bumped millions of dollars into them to find absolutely anything. They came up with a 2000 Mules movie, which the producers admitted in court that they were lying. And when he found out that he had no evidence, what did he do? He went to the DOJ with Bill Barr and tried to pressure him in to falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any. And if you know anything about your history, Bill Barr had to resign from the DOJ because half of the DOJ threatened to quit if he
Nick
didn't.
looks nervous.
Donald Trump not only tried to rig the
Because he knows all this fucking shit is true. That's why he has that face right now. Just look at that face of defeat. That's what it looks like.
outcome of the 2020 election with the fake electorate plot, sending 7 different slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into Congress to either be certified as real by Mike Pence or to be or to be accepted by the House if Mike Pence were to claim ignorance. But he also lied about the outcome. Your conspiracy theory that Donald Trump won has no evidence for it, and the only thing you could come up with was Pennsylvania changing their voting rules because of COVID, which, by the way, was ruled as legal by the Supreme Court.
You're just like not even listening. It was Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and basically and they all did it illegally. Basically every state changed rules of the election. And I would say, you're telling me,
Yeah, Dean's the one not listening, even though Nick is literally ignoring all of that evidence. And that's not even all of it.
70% of the voters voting early by putting them in mailboxes a month out from the election in an unsupervised drop box, you're saying, that is a good idea. You're just putting words in a particular order. Look, they don't do it like that in France because, we didn't do it here in America. The absentee voting was so rare up until like 20 years ago, up until 4 years ago, because it's so prone to fraud, obviously. When you vote in person, you got to present in certain states. Hang on, I let you just go.
Right. You let me out.
You got to present your ID. You receive your ballot. They watch you. You go into a room with curtains on it because there's privacy involved too. You fill it out and you submit it. It's called a chain of custody, meaning a supervisor watches the voter get their ballot, fill it out, and return it. It doesn't happen when you're doing so-called in-person absentee voting, and that's how 70% of people voted. That's a big problem. It's a big problem they changed the rules without doing it in the constitutional way. It's a big problem that those cases weren't even considered in the Supreme Court. It's also a big problem, by the way, they didn't do an independent ballot audit in almost any of the states. They did one in Arizona. False. It was flawed. False. They still found...
Georgia.
Where did they conduct an independent ballot audit? Where did they conduct an independent... It wasn't independent. They did a recount.
Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Michigan, New Jersey, and Oklahoma.
That's
and in
just
fact,
wrong.
I knew
You're
that
just
you
wrong.
would say
Google
that this
it.
is wrong. I knew that you
Google
would
it.
say that. I knew that you would say this is wrong. Search up U.S. States Election Assistant Commission, election audits across the United States. It'll give you an entire PDF.
They're not independent.
That would include
That's
the
the
types
problem.
of audits, the timing, the policies, the case studies, and the state-specific information indicating that, yes, these were independent
It's like you're
audits.
just not even
Feel free
listening.
to look through them.
I didn't say they didn't do audits or recounts. No, in no state other than Arizona did they conduct an independent audit of the ballots. Of course, if the same people that oversaw the fraud and were covering up the windows in the stadium in Detroit, of course the state is going to cover its own ass. That's why it needs to be independent. And they didn't do it in any state, even though that's what we were asking for. And by the way, about fake electors, they're not fake.
What do you mean by independent?
Independent meaning not conducted by the state.
Oh, okay. Independent of the state. So I just want to
Yes.
clarify. So you think that Donald Trump shouldn't have went to like the 17 judges that he appointed because those weren't independent?
So now you're
judges?
just gish galloping onto something else. You said,
I
oh,
was
I was
just
ready
curious.
for you to
Yeah,
say that. I have all this evidence. Oh, I didn't listen. And you said independent. Anyway, how about judges or something? Anyway.
Oh, no, responding
Let's get back on
By the
topic.
way-
Dean. Hold on. We've been going back and forth about January. This topic is about immigration. Let's go to closing statements here. We'll do 1 minute from Dean and then 1 minute from Nick. So closing statements, you can bring up January 6th, but let's keep it to immigration if you can. Actually, I'll give you 90 seconds to reel it back a little. 90 seconds each.
About the specific ballot audits, I didn't know what you meant when you're referencing independent audits. I understand that you are
You're
now
not listening.
referencing audits independent of the state. I asked you to define your term, and I understand that. Yeah, they're
Because you're
only
on
done in
Chat
Arizona, you're
GPT
right.
Democrat mode.
Nick, give him 90 seconds.
Democrat talking point.
Let's give him 90 seconds in uninterrupted. I'll restart your time, Dean.
No, I just don't think that like an audit done by a state can automatically be discounted because you exist in a echo chamber of conspiratorial hearsay, and you.
Can I just say, this moderating is not very bad. They've actually done a pretty good job, so... Oh my god, it's just like there must be a full moon or something, because this is probably the only time I'm ever going to compliment Aiden Ross and Sneeko either.
Start off with the basis Trump can never lose. You move to the basis when Trump loses, no, he didn't. And then tangent of that, you say all of these audits done by independent states are thereby null and void, and I shouldn't listen to them, nor the 63 courts. It's just conspiracy theory. That's what you are. Your mind's been rotted. Everyone agrees with me. No one agrees with you apart from Donald Trump, not even his old VP, Mike Pence, or 44 of the 46 former cabinet members. And that needs to be pointed out. Now, closing statements about immigration specifically, was that what you asked for, Sneeko?
Yeah.
I thought it was 90 seconds each on J6 and then closing
I'm down
statements.
for that. I'm down for that. I kind of like this conversation.
Sure, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, let me do mine now on J6. So, here's the thing about the Trump election. They doubled the number of early voting. There's obvious flaws with chain of custody. Like, it just doesn't even pass the smell test. On that basis alone, you just can't take the authenticity of the election. And people say it's about, you believe Trump can never lose. I don't think that at all. I think Trump may lose in 2024. But you have to recognize that 2020 was an anomalous election. So when there is an anomaly, when every state changes how they conduct their ballot, when there's an unprecedented, the former peak of early voting was 35%. It was 70% in 2020. It was different. When something is different, you have to investigate it. That's the basis of an inquiry. Problem is, nobody wanted to investigate it. As quickly as the election happened, they wanted to shut it down. They censored people for talking about it. They didn't conduct independent ballot audits. And there was even a Time magazine piece that came out in January 2021, and it said, this is the conspiracy to shut down the election deniers. And there was like a full spectrum attack from the Democrats and the left on protesters, on people that were investigating this to prevent them from trying to decertify, trying to send on over other slates of electors. And I would point out, it is.
Yeah, he's blending in pretty well with his background, isn't he, SSB? I don't know. He's blending in pretty well, so you might be right.
The state legislature's constitutional authority to send electors. If they throw out the election because they don't want to certify it and appoint a different slate of electors, that's their constitutional right to do so. That's just the law. And I would just say, look, if you really believe that 80 million people voted for Biden, that the 2020 election had more voters than any election in history by far, and it just happened to be the one where there was all mail-in ballots.
10 seconds, Nick.
Then, yeah, I just think you're dumb. I mean, so that's kind of my closing statement on J6.
Let's go closing statements on immigration. Let's do 1 minute each on immigration. Go ahead, Dean.
Well, I'm just, you could take this off of my time. Well, you told me that your whole theory here is reliant on a smell test. Nick, I smell bull. We shouldn't be relying on our intuitions and our emotions to tell us who won the 2020 election. I think that conservatives are so funny because they'll be like, listen to the science, trans women aren't women. I don't care about what you think or feel, you have XYXX chromosomes. But then sit over here and give me some bullshit smell test to dictate who won in 2020. About immigration specifically, I think it's evidently clear that Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border, or else he wouldn't have torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. I think that it's evidently clear that he's not about getting done. He's repeating the same Republican tagline that every Republican in the last 20 years has with quote unquote deport them all. My question to you would be, why didn't Bush? They can't do it. It's practically infeasible. I say that we deport all violent undocumented migrants and then give the rest a pathway to residency and citizenship, fix our southern border, make it faster, make it quicker, and make it safer, and then crack down further on undocumented migration when our legal systems are up to par.
10 seconds, Dean.
Either deport them all, right? Get rid of $1.7 trillion from our economy over the next 10 years. You don't care about the debt. You don't care about the state of the economy. You don't care about the workers in the economy. All that you care about is spewing your prejudice. You're doing the same thing with undocumented migrants now that you did with people and women 30 minutes ago. Take it away.
Closing statement, Nick, 1 minute.
Basket of deplorables, right? It was just a basket of deplorables. With regard to immigration, everybody knows Biden threw open the border. He rescinded every Trump executive order on immigration. He stopped construction of the wall. He effectively stopped deportations. Guess what happens? You get a lot of people. You get 10 million illegals in 4 years. That's insane. 10 million people in 4 years from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Africa, we don't even know who they are. The people that are coming here, they don't buy health care. They don't have a high school education. They have no resources. They're a massive drain on the economy. When they need health care, they go to the emergency room. They send their kids to public schools. It's a huge drain. And many states are eligible for SNAP. They're eligible for other benefits, and they work low wages because they're not educated. They work low skill, low paying jobs. They will never in a million years, maybe in a million, but they won't pay off in taxes what they receive in services. It's a big fiscal impact. In many cases, they're criminals. They don't share our culture. They're low IQ. And we can, I mean, it's just obvious that this border bill thing was an move. They poison pilled it with a bunch of nonsense so that they could blame it on Trump. But we all know the reality, and it's wrecking our country.
Okay, thank you. That was 5 topics. I think this was a good spirited debate overall. I appreciate both of your time. Aiden, do you have any thoughts?
You guys were, I would say about 90% of it, you guys respected, each other's time speaking and stuff. And it was
Okay, I literally couldn't care less what this kid has to say. So yeah, after this, Andrew Tate shows up or something. But I listened to it a little bit, and he's just literally rambling about his stupid nonsense. It's not even worth listening to. So yeah, that was the debate. I can open up the panel now to people who want to come on. Please respect my rules. Be YouTube conscious. Don't be a dickhead. So yeah, let me get the StreamYard link.
Ooh, what was up? What shows? We just watched Daredevil and Defenders. Daredevil was actually pretty good. I'm watching, we're on the Punisher now. I love the Punisher.
Sorry, I have to disappear for a second. I'll be right back. I'm still here though. Just turning off my camera. Okay. Oh, wait.
Two. I'm on the verge of retiring, bro. Oh my god, bro, Ty's rage, he needs to see an anger management specialist or something.
Sorry, I need to learn how to like do this better. Okay.
How'd they lose that?
All right, let me post the link. The linkisk.
He said, how much time have we been on this map? Wow now. Long while. No, I wouldn't go that far.
Oops. Oh wait,
He's
fuck.
got hand tattoos. He's a
Hold on.
professional gaslighter.
I'm gonna have to do this differently.
Dude,
Merp.
that's what they all say, Will.
Merp. There's probably a better way to do this, but I don't know it. Okay, hold on. Almost done. It's almost there.
Bomb?
Okay, good enough.
Arch.
Okay, we have Melanie here already. Okay, welcome, Melanie. What are your thoughts?
Hello. Oh man, I was just having a lot of great discussions in the back there.
No, it
And-
looked like it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't pay enough attention to the debate. But, sorry, one sec. I have a review of your debate review. Just a little bit of advice.
Yeah, go for it.
You did call out certain times where like Nick was cherry picking, but I think if you're gonna do a debate review, you have to discuss like the strategies both sides are using and how you think that will go.
What do you mean? Do you have like an example or anything?
Not from this debate, because like I said, I wasn't
right.
paying good attention. Let me see if I can jog my memory quick. I don't know, just like what do you think their strategies are in general, right? Like when going like after watching them for 5 minutes, can you observe patterns?
Okay, so like instead of like just attacking their points, like attacking their strategies, you mean?
Yeah, but also just trying to identify it, right? Like that's usually the hardest thing for me is to ask myself, okay, well, what are they actually trying to do here? Because I'm usually wrong. I'm not gonna lie. So funnily enough, like that's why I find it interesting because there's so many different possible answers.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm like trying
yeah,
to
take your time.
fix this. Fuck. Where'd it go?
How am I?
Oh, damn
Okay,
it. I need to get better at OBS, guys. Hold on. I need to redo this now. Oh, fuck. Wait, I can't do it that way. How did I do it last time? Oh, hold on. I know what I did.
I'm wait.
Okay, this should work better. And then do this. If you want to talk to the audience about anything, go for it.
Well, I see Crispy's in chat, and Crispy, I really hope you're feeling better. Last night was all for you, and it was super fun, and I hope you enjoyed the discussions we had. Not gonna bring it up, just yeah. I hope it was fun. Anyways, there was some things I wanted to respond to. No, we actually kind of stopped talking about stuff by the time you put out the link.
Yeah. What happened to that dude who was trying to be all big in chat? I thought he wanted
Every
to debate
time.
you.
Every time, I swear to God, I get so excited. It's like they're like, it's like I'm being kind of like teased.
Yeah.
Who was that? You're right.
Dead something, right?
Pulling up banana.
I keep Brown Apple has like replaced them in my mind. So
Yeah, Brown Apple was saying some shit.
Brown Apple's okay. They were just,
Oh,
you
okay.
know,
I
Deadlock.
honestly, Deadlock, that's it, yeah. No, there was somebody else. Maybe it wasn't Brown Apple. There was somebody else who was being like crazy.
He's just walking.
Oh, that
Are
Dylan
when
person,
you're
I
walking in this
think,
fucking game,
was being annoying. I personally think. But yeah, okay. I'm ready now to hear what you're trying to tell me.
Well, I think I already said it. Just in general, like there's various strategies. Like first of all, who's going to be good faith? I still can't like recall anything in particular because I was too focused on chat. They suck you in. They suck you in, and then
Yeah,
and then
chat
you
was
can't, and it's hard not to focus on it.
pretty wild tonight. I keep like doing these streams where I cover people I don't like, and it tends to like attract all of their fans. And I'm like, where's all the people that like agree with me and dislike these people? Like I did a stream on Candace Owens and I just got like a bunch of Candace Owens simps and I was like, this was not what I was intending.
Like if you ever want to stream these things together, I've always wanted to do kind of like right wing debunk content, but I honestly don't feel like I'm good enough to do it on my own. just being fully honest, and it would be easier for me not to get sucked in by chat if I'm actually, streaming with you.
I'm down to do that sometime. Collaborate.
Cool.
For sure.
I can't believe it happened again. I thought I was going to have a debate with someone new, and they stood me up. I got
I
catfished.
know. I had a feeling they were going to do that. They were literally making all these statements like, yo, you'll never be able to debate me. I'm like an amazing debater. Like, that's what they were implying. They're like,
Yeah,
you can't
if you-
debate
if-
me.
Unless you know everything about philosophy and science and all these other topics, then you can't win any debates against me.
Right.
Which is, I think I have a vague memory of being like maybe that cringe, like 2 years into doing this, and then I've totally just like grown out of it. I think it's
Yeah.
something that like you grow out of.
Well, Nick Fuentes' audience, if I'm not wrong, is like pretty young too, right?
Getting older, definitely getting older.
Yeah. No, they're aging a little bit, but I think they're mostly on the younger side.
Some would say they're not aging well.
Some might say that, definitely.
I mean, his jokes, he can call them jokes all he wants.
Yeah.
Those are the sort of jokes only a Nazi mother would love. So I'm sorry to use that word, but it's just
No, you're
like,
fine.
I'm just being real.
It's really like not funny unless you're like basically a Nazi. It's like only funny to Nazis, and then other people laugh at it just because it's like just so absurd. So they're more like laughing at him than laughing with him.
Yeah, I think that there's a subsection of people who come to the internet, hear what he has to say. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. And then for a while, like that's what they find funny. I call those the easily bored TikTok crowd.
Yeah, they're like, oh, shocking. Oh my God, they said something that like is socially inappropriate or whatever. Like, wow, they're just like my hero now. Like, I just
So
don't,
brave.
I
So
don't
brave.
get exactly like I just don't get what's so like, oh, they said a naughty word, so like these people are basically my gods now because they say things that like most people cringe at in society. So I'm just gonna like put all my trust and beliefs and faith into these people. It's like when it comes down to it, I really feel like that's what a lot of it is. Like it's like shock value or like some kind of like cancel, like the new cancel counterculture. You know what I mean? Not cancel culture, counterculture.
I don't even think it's that like sophisticated. I think it's I think it's literally like kids come out of high school and they're still trying to like trigger their teacher for a laugh.
Yeah.
So they're just following whoever they think would trigger their teacher.
Yeah. No, I know. That's what. It really feels that simple. A lot of them like start like debate with rhetoric and insults. Yeah, I don't. It's just so frustrating because no matter how many like facts and evidence you tell them, it's just then it's a conspiracy or that's just not true. Like corruption. It's just like you can't reason with these people.
Yeah. It's often like like talking to someone who's dealing with baby's first politics. Like literally like they have never even seen like an election as an adult before and thought about like who am I actually going to vote for? And so people like Nick can just like swoop in and be like, "Well, vote for this guy for the memes, for the lulz."
Yeah.
Actually, you did sort of remind me of a strategy when you I don't know remember what you said, but you reminded me that Dean was trying to kind of like let Nick Fuentes cook, so that way then he could point out like obvious double standards. Oh, fuck. Of course, like I remember him doing it. I don't remember which double standard he pointed out. So if you remember, just cut me off.
I feel like he did that a lot.
Yeah, but that's a good strategy because that is
yeah.
like one of their biggest flaws, right? Is that none of their standards are like consistent. As soon as they find a version of something that works against them, they hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of them do talk themselves into a hole eventually when you let them talk long enough. So, and they love to talk. So it's a pretty good strategy. I think Dean, like for being 20 years old, I think he's like really good at debating. I think he had Nick Fuentes like flustered. I honestly have never seen him that just like I don't know. I just feel like he was so open. He wasn't even good at like hiding his losses at a lot of times, which you might have like missed because you were distracted.
Yeah.
But,
no, I did catch like a lot of like moments. I just not like, I don't have like a vivid timeline.
Yeah.
Regarding like, I forget what I was going to say. Never mind. Okay, right. So I think that there are two strategies that I've seen that kind of like, they're kind of like general strategies that encompass all other strategies. 1 second. God, I love being a smoker. So there's death by 1,000 cuts, and then there's simply holding your blade out and letting your opponent run into it. And I think Dean did the latter there, which is why he didn't say as much. It was like he was kind of just waiting, and then it's like, oh, by the way, here's my blade that you just ran into.
Yeah, and it was like every single time, and he like knew where Nick Fuentes was gonna go, so he was really the one directing the conversation most of the time. He baited Nick a lot, and Nick totally fell for it. Dean knew what he was gonna say, and he had like a response fully prepared, which is I don't know, it was good to watch, honestly. I know like Andrew Tate comes on afterwards. I just like can't deal with his rhetoric anymore and his bullshit. It's so unintelligent and uninteresting at this point. He has been repeating himself for 4 years straight, like verbatim. I don't know how people stand it.
I only follow him for when he's like gonna go to jail.
No, yeah,
that's
same.
what's funniest to me because.
Oh yeah, I
He
went
acts like
deep into that case.
Oh, on stream even?
Not on stream. I've made
Damn.
videos, but just in my own time as well. But I have a couple like pre-made videos. I think my fault was like not directing them myself. I just like put a bunch of like clips together in a timeline with like words. I should have like directed it. But even just like in my own research and stuff, there's so many different rabbit holes to go down with that case. It's crazy.
Oh, I'm sure. Just like learning a whole country's law systems is probably like a nightmare. I've kind of encountered that with dealing with Israel Palestine, and trying to learn more about that. Like you have to learn not just current laws, but the whole history of it to really understand how that whole like apartheid thing unfolded, how the court systems worked against Palestinians, even though like the Israeli courts pretended to use what seemed like it wasn't Palestinian land law at the time, but it was called Ottoman land law. But we would now refer to it as Palestinian land law because that's the law that would have represented them better. But they totally just like twisted that and turned it against them in a kangaroo court, essentially.
Dude, that joke shack guy shit on.
Okay. Yeah, no,
And,
that history is very deep.
Sorry to bring it into a tangent, but just
Oh, no,
like
you're good.
immediately reminded me of like, yeah, the rabbit holes that come into like learning a new subject, especially that doesn't put you somewhere else other than North America where everything is super familiar.
Yeah. Somebody asked, thought on Dean's use of the N-word. You probably didn't even hear it.
Yeah, that guy is fucking crazy.
No, don't do it. Don't do that. That is just giving yourself an L for no reason.
What? Well, I was just gonna say wait, is he saying? Oh, maybe. I thought Dean repeated it back to Nick during the
You
debate.
still shouldn't.
Because Nick said it. No, I agree. You shouldn't. Maybe he was just like trying to be like edgy to like compete with them, but no, it's still like I don't. I don't say that. I don't generally think people should. But actually, now that I'm reading it, I think a bunch of stuff came out. Yeah, that's what he's not even talking about it. I actually don't think he said it in the debate.
No, I don't think he did either because they probably would have censored it for one thing.
Yeah, but I actually don't think he said it. I think okay.
But
So
either way, if he has in general, I just disavow that. I don't care what the context is or anything. Just don't say that if you're online or anything.
No, yeah, I agree.
There's no excuse.
I agree. No, sorry, I got confused. But apparently, a bunch of stuff came out because Tiki Tak was telling me this earlier that a bunch of like shit came out about him, and I guess like he used to say a bunch of slurs on the internet. I thought for some reason there was something that was like blurred out, and I thought Nick Fuentes said it, and then I thought he said it back, but I don't think he actually did. So, but anyways, yeah, I don't know about him saying it in the past, but I have heard of that.
I heard gun. What did you say?
It's really common with white kids. I don't know why they want to say
Yeah.
it so badly.
No, I know. I had this like friend in high school who would just like say it like with the A, but she would just like call her friends that, and it made me so uncomfortable. And at first, like, I was just like really annoyed with it, and I was like, please don't say it, please don't say it. And she just like didn't give a fuck. She always just said it, and it just made me so uncomfortable. It's like, why? It's so cringy.
That just makes me think of like something that would happen in one of my high schools where it was such a small kind of like town, and like half the students were from like farms. And so there was like one Pakistani kid. That was the only person. Oh no, wait, I think there was a couple of Asian students as well. But that was like
Okay.
the extent of the non-whiteness there.
Jesus.
So it was like you could totally imagine like in that setting, right? Like getting away with it. But it, like if you want to have like like non-white friends, then that's just not the kind of way you act. Like there's a reason that like people in the city, either you don't do it or you learn early not to.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. I could never imagine going outside and saying that. It just feels... I had a conversation about this, like, again, on, like, on Wick's channel a couple weeks ago.
That must have been fun.
It was an all-black panel, and they were being asked, like, how do they feel about, I guess, like, white people using the word or something. I think there was, like, a broader theme to the stream, but ended up like coming to that question, and for some reason I got invited on, and yeah, I don't know, like it just doesn't feel right saying it. I have no reason to say it. It's very uncomfortable. Like I just don't like it. I don't think it's cool. Like that's that. I don't even think it's like like edgy or like
white
fucking. I don't know. Like whatever.
Like it's if you're making the argument against freedom of speech, if it's supposed to be like edgy in that way, like, oh, everyone's so, pent up about what I say, so it's edgy for me to, like, no, like, you're gonna make people want more censorship because they're like, how are these kids learning to say the N-word like it's normal?
Right. How are they though? I guess the internet.
Yeah, well, yeah, echo chambers, and just like when you're surrounded by people who act like it's normal, it's just kind of like part of human cognition to start thinking it's normal. Um, I like the plate licking analogy. I know it sounds weird, but there's this like an analogy of like how we're actually really easily influenced to perceive normality. Because if you're in a restaurant, right? Like right now, okay, let me put it this way. Right now, we both perceive licking your plate after you finish your meal kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
But if you were in a restaurant and you were sitting there and everyone finished their meal kind of at the same time for whatever reason, they started licking their plate, and you were the only person who didn't, wouldn't you feel like the odd one out?
Yes.
And that really is how like we perceive normalcy. We observe people around
Oh,
us
I see
and
what
decide.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
and
everybody
decide
else
what's
is
normal.
doing it, that's like the normal thing, and you're weird for not doing it.
Yeah, you start to feel alienated.
Yeah.
And so like I think a lot of young boys are just trying to like, I know this sounds like reductionist, and it is a little bit more complicated than just like being cool, but they just want to be cool. They want someone who's cool to think that they're cool, almost even. And like, I remember, okay, so when I was like in an all boys group home, I'd also kind of like I'm trans, so I'd put on like my trans mask or like my boy's mask to cover up the fact that I didn't feel like a boy. So I started acting tough and all this stuff. And there's this one kid in there that was like super cool. All the other boys my age wanted to be like him, so I just kind of did the same thing. And I remember he showed me this video online. It was called like I forget, like the something cartoon movie or whatever, the demented cartoon movie, and it's on albino black sheep, and it is not funny. I'm just gonna be super clear, okay? This is not funny, but it's 30 minutes long, and it's all just like really bad animations. And I thought, because he thought it was funny, that it was the funniest thing in the fucking world for way too long. For way too long. And granted, I'm autistic, so
go
I
ahead.
don't have the best sense of humor. I'm autistic, so like me forming a sense of humor probably does rely a lot more on other people. But like, man, I'm pretty embarrassed by how easily misled I was.
I had like similar experiences. Like there were things that like shows my friends would show me that was like their favorite show, and they thought it was so funny, and even though I didn't really think it was that funny, I just automatically like when I was watching it, I really wasn't amused, but then I would like go and tell people like it was like such a great funny show. We have Grand Abbott here to join us. Welcome.
Hello.
Thanks
Hello,
for
sir.
joining. What are your thoughts so far on the debate, conversation, whatever?
Also, are you in heaven?
No, this is a bed sheet.
Okay, cool.
I'm
Just
hiding
wondering.
my squalor that I live in. No, I just have clutter. I have
We
a
get
lot
it.
of clutter.
I get it.
I just was listening to most of the stream, and then Nick's stream came on live, so I kind of switched to that, and then was listening to both. So, but I saw the whole thing. I saw like the whole Nick and Dean thing.
Okay.
Dean had a big breakdown, by the way. Yeah, he was blubbering about using the N-word. And he said nigga, which is like nothing. I think that it's totally stupid, and that words are just, I mean, I worked in an office. I'm from the Bronx. There was another lady from the Bronx in her 60s, old boomer lady. And she would say retard. She would say all these things.
Mhm.
And she's like super liberal, lefty. But anyways, I don't know. That's just a thought. This is so cool you're doing this, by the way. Congratulations.
They throw a really terrible
Thank you.
connection.
I think it's great. Anyone doing this? This is the only second time I've ever done a stream.
Oh,
So
cool.
um,
So I saw
so
you a
please
lot.
go on.
I saw you a lot in chat. I forget what like some of your comments were.
Well, basically, I was just I made that pumpkin comment.
Oh yes, you did. I do remember that. I actually was gonna point that out, and then I read the chat, and I was like, I'll mention it now.
But anyways, I was just saying that I think Dean overall, and a lot of people do this, like Destiny and people like that. They're just too like logic-y. They're just trying to like use logic and trying to logic their way into winning, which doesn't work.
Wait, how
Because
doesn't
you have
that
to have,
work?
like- Because you have to have rhetoric. You have to be funny. You have to have like, because being funny can break through programming. Like, if you could argue and debate about anything, but it's like it'll just put people to sleep. It's boring. It's too like, and like he's looking at another screen, and like if you look at Nick's just like looking at the thing. He's not. He's unscripted. He's not looking stuff up. He's just talking from the heart.
I mean, I think Dean was doing that for a lot of
I don't think so.
the debate. I didn't see him like looking at the screen for most of it. I saw him reading something from the screen one time during the January 6th thing, I think.
I just feel like he doesn't have a worldview. Like if you were to ask yourself, what is Dean's worldview? Like, I couldn't put my finger on it really. It seems so argumentative. Like,
Do you really
I don't
think it's
know.
better to just like ejaculate your worldview all over the debate subject when nobody asks? Because a lot of times, like especially I remember Nick's first intro, he was just all over the place, and I had no idea what his actual position on that topic was. I don't care about your worldview if I don't know what the position on the topic is. Like I could infer it by knowing Nick himself, but I don't think he stated it clearly.
Like, I just feel like with shows like Jubilee
Only by himself.
and places where they have such a time crunch element of it, where you can't really speak freely. There's just so much of this, like, oh my God, like, I have to answer. Like, I have to get my thing out there. I got to say my thing. And no one wants to look stupid. Everyone's like taking themselves so seriously. There's no like, no one's riffing. Have you noticed that? Like, Dean doesn't riff.
What do you mean
Like,
by
I
riff?
grew up listening to folks like Opie and Anthony, where it's like guys on a mic. It's basically like the precursor to what podcasting was. They were on like Sirius and XM radio, and they would just like talk and riff for hours on no subject whatsoever. In particular, stuff would come up, but they're riffing. Like, why are none of these people riffing?
I think
Personally,
also,
I don't think I just personally don't think I could casually joke with Nick Fuentes, who has said literal Nazi shit. Like, there's no casual jokes there.
he really doesn't make like, he's not really like a jokester. He just says like shock things that he thinks are funny because he's like semi trolling people, but he actually believes it. I think a lot of these people do have personalities and are pretty entertaining, which is why they're successful. But like, it's also different when it comes to like a podcaster versus like a political debate. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like, in a political debate, you're not just like talking about, you're not just having a casual conversation. You're in an argument, essentially.
Well, why can't they just be more friendly? Because friends can argue and riff and debate.
I
but
think they
you
were
could
pretty
still-
friendly. I think they were pretty friendly.
So Abbott, I have a question for you. I'm trans, and there are
Uh-huh.
people who will say I should literally die for being trans. Just that, right? They don't know me. They just think I should die for that. You think I should be friendly with them if I ever encounter them in a debate?
I would try to use humor. Yes, I think you could easily dismantle. I think humor is definitely the way to go. Definitely.
So-
because humor pierces through all that stuff. Humor disarms. Yeah.
So do you think that that's always a remedy to every hateful comment, or do you think debunking their
I
misinformation
think it's
is
the
more
remedy to
effective?
trolling. I think what you're describing is more someone's trolling you. If someone's like, "Oh, I want you to die," because
I think you're
I've
trying
ever...
to minimize. I think you're trying to minimize the fact that bigotry does exist on the
No,
internet, and when you
no. Listen,
encounter
that's
it,
not where I'm coming. No. Here. I listen to the most banned people on the internet. I'm talking about
wow,
people
you're
who
so
are the
brave.
first banned, like Owen Benjamin and Gavin McInnes, and I mean even people who are not controversial,
People who
like
lose
Mike
their
Adams.
estate to the courts, like Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones, but I mean, sure, I've listened to all those folks.
How do these people get themselves banned? Let's just be honest. Do they ever deserve this consequence?
No.
Never.
It's just no, because anyone banning anyone or censoring anyone, they're always the wrong one, no matter what, because they're literally.
Do you
trying
realize
to
how
silence...
unlikely that I find that, though? That like none of them are just experiencing the consequences of their own actions.
No, that's bullshit. I mean, can I say that? Wait, I don't
Yeah,
know the
you can swear.
TFS stuff. I know that
You
have
said
to
the
say
N word
brave.
with the
Yeah, just don't say
no.
no slurs. Sorry, I'm like new to moderating
Okay, I
and
know, I
stuff,
get it,
so
I get
just
it. I'm just saying that I don't think anyone should be banned. I think that's so stupid. I think that people are weaponized. I think people who can't get their point across and can't, who are not just effective communicators, they'll just try to ban people because they can't, like, they're making too much sense and they're too charismatic. That's what's the problem. Gavin's
Sometimes
banned
we're
'cause
talking
he's
about
charismatic.
platforms. Sorry to interrupt,
Huh?
but I'm just confused because sometimes we're talking about platforms that are like we want to have a place where people can go where they don't feel like they're going to encounter hate speech. Which, by the way, do you think it's
Well,
fair for
that's
people
another
not to
term.
want to deal with hate speech?
All right, let's talk about hate speech. Hate speech
I
is
figured.
really any speech that not you, but the person who's censoring, any speech that they hate. That's what hate speech is. Really think about it. That's the real definition. If someone's always the complainer and always like, this person should be banned, that person just hates what the other person is saying. And it's not like they can change their mind. That's why they have, that's why Steven Crowder and all these people have changed my mind, because it's literally all about that. If you can make a good point, no one's attached to any viewpoint that much, I don't think. I think that and especially the people on the far right, I would be considered, I guess, far right or whatever the hell that means, even though I'm like, not like, I mean, I don't know, I'm a normal person. I mean, but
Well,
I'd be considered far right. But,
hold on. Why, if you consider, so if you like align with the far right values, why don't you want to associate yourself with the far right name?
Well, because it's who made that up. Like, I don't like labels. I think it's dumb to, pigeonhole yourself. And in reality, like my best friend, who lives like 30 seconds down the road, is like an old 72-year-old man who's like, super left wing and watches MSNBC and CNN. But like, he's like my best friend, and I always go out to like shows and bars with him and go to see live music. Like, I don't, we can talk about and debate about anything, but like, he'll help me fix my, my brush cutter anytime there's any problem. I go to Food Not Bombs and bring him food every Sunday. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Food Not Bombs
politics,
is awesome, by the way. I do appreciate that.
I
you
know
do that.
it's a great resource. Like, it's what's called being a 90s friend. In the 90s, I don't know how I'm like 42.
Wait. I kind of want to
Yeah.
backtrack a bit because we're getting into a bit of a rabbit hole. Would you say that you're like, let's say you're having a debate with someone and they can make you laugh? Would you say that they would be able to convince you on their points?
Well, it's not just about making someone laugh. It's about using rhetoric effectively, like where
So
you
I think
just
before
like,
you said that it
yeah.
was just making people laugh, and we did ask you that, and now
Well,
it
it's
seems
more
like you're
nuanced
saying
than
two
that.
things.
It's more
Sure.
nuanced than that. It's spell breaking is really what it is. You got to use the term spell breaking rather than, it's not just making someone laugh. It has to be they have to be like making a point, like the classic, the best comics. Like I grew up on stand-up comedy and like George Carlin, and these people could talk and make points. Like okay, and I got to say this one thing about the comedy realm, because nowadays you can either do comedy for laughter or you can do comedy for applause. And all these people nowadays, it seems, are doing comedy to get applause, whereas laughter is like an involuntary thing. And George Carlin was a master where, even though he's super left wing or whatever, if you were to think about him like today, if you were to drop him into modern day, George Carlin was brilliant because he was funny, and it would break spells because he was using humor in his rhetoric. It was just effective, and it was funny, and people weren't like, yeah, you said the thing I like. It's like, it was just funny. That's what I mean. It's just real effective rhetoric can break spells.
But would you agree that effective rhetoric is more important than like you have to have effective rhetoric first and then comedy, not comedy and then effective rhetoric?
No,
to
no,
win
I
an
don't
art,
think
to
about it
convince
like
people.
that.
Well, no, I think to convince people.
I don't think there's like no. I'm not, and I'm like a computer basically. Like
Dude,
I'm an accountant. I can do stuff like I can do video editing. I can be very process oriented, but when you're talking, when you're just sharing, one human connecting to another, no, I don't think that I don't have an order of operations. No. It's more simple than that. It's just like if you say the right idea, you can break a spell that someone's cast under. Like, I don't know, have you ever heard or talked about like people being under a spell?
I think of it as you're saying like people are thinking dogmatically.
You can say that. That's one way to put it. But people are like in 2021, people were under a spell. Some people were under a spell, and others were like, we got to break this spell. People are in a trance. You know what I'm talking about?
So you were an anti-masker or anti-vaxxer, it sounds like.
Yeah, like I was the guy who would take those stickers down everywhere I went. I would just not even acknowledge
vandalism.
No,
don't admit to vandalism. It's not a good idea.
No. I mean, I guess so. I was called out on it in my office one time, but I was so valuable in my office that I was just like, yeah, I really don't like that, and my boss could never.
So how were you convinced that a bunch of people who study like virology and epidemiology, and what they were saying, granted not all, but the vast majority, how are you convinced that your opinion or whoever convinced you of this was more valid than all those people?
Or isn't under a spell?
Well, that's a fantastic question. I would say it all happened, like I was red pilled back in 2005, and what red pilled me was learning about the health movement in 2005. I saw there was this guy. Have you guys ever heard of David Icke?
I'm just like, this is a cool anecdote. I'm more.
Well, no. This is not an anecdote. I'm answering the question. So I was red pilled learning about a thing. This guy Credo Mutua, this black guy from South Africa, had this website, Credo Mutua's Heal South Africa website, and it had all these like healing modalities, like the water cure and the master cleanse, and like liver cleanses and like urine therapy and all these different things. And I learned about one thing. Yeah, urine therapy. That's the most banned thing. You want to talk about the most banned things on the internet? Urine therapy and chlorine dioxide. So when I learned about these things,
injecting bleach and drinking your urine as a form of therapy is
well,
bad for
you
your
can
health.
say what you will, but there's tons of research on it, and just because you're not trying it and haven't, tons of people use it on their farm animals or whatever, and frankly, that's when I learned that you can't trust. There's obviously powerful interests that are trying to stop these messages from getting out, and that the medical establishment. I knew that that's the enemy of the people, that they're lying. You can't trust them, and you can't trust the government. Once you learn about the Federal Reserve and how
So just curious, have you rubbed urine on yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you
I have
basically
no further comment.
Yeah, you could take a shot glass amount and do it in the shower, and then shower yourself off. It's basically your blood plasma.
Why
if
don't
wanna
you
get
just
into
like
that.
find a partner who's like into that?
Well, it's not a sexual thing; it's a health thing. Everything's not about sex.
You're not
Okay?
convincing me it's not sexual.
Well, if you're doing it alone in the bathroom,
That's just
before
called
you shower,
masturbation.
But again, like,
No.
why would you believe that these few like scientists that are being shut down by the mainstream?
Well, I just don't trust big pharma. For big pharma, I mean, you got to understand before big pharma, like you have to understand the origin of how they got in power. Carnegie and Rockefeller and these places. These people basically, with their money, bought the board of they bought board of director seats in all these colleges and places that basically the medical colleges and hospitals. They would just donate large sums of money and be like, well, in exchange for that, we need someone on our board.
Okay, so
And
you're
over
worried about
time, they would
corruption.
stack the board.
I hear you. You're worried about corruption, but my question is, you can be reasonable and at least
No,
admit
it's not
that,
worried about corruption. It's recognizing patterns, recognizing corruption, not just worried about. You got to be able to recognize patterns, Melanie.
well, institutions often have recurring patterns. Doesn't mean there's a conspiracy. But I will point out that, like, just because something has corruption
Conspiracy
in
is the
it.
modern day N-word. Let's just
May
be
I
real.
finish?
Anyone calling anyone
May I finish,
conspiracy,
please?
seeing that
May I
term-
finish?
Okay, just say it.
I have let you finish a lot,
let-
so
yeah,
I'm
let her
I'm
finish.
asking for some.
I'm saying that's the most offensive term you could use to call anyone.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, you're a conspiracy, whatever. Just
I think
letting
it's
you know.
ironic that you're getting triggered, but let's just calm down.
Well, I'm just telling you that most people don't realize they throw it
Okay,
around so
stop getting
casually.
triggered.
They'll
Just
be
let me
like,
finish.
"Oh, well,
Well,
you can't say
wait.
N-word. You can't talk about the Jews."
It is
Just
a,
say
a
it,
con-
like-
it is technically a conspiracy, though, right? Believing in
It's a
something that
slander. It's a slur. It's a slur.
Wait,
What that is saying,
you
"Don't
realize
listen
that
to this person.
Yeah.
He's
Wait,
not allowed to talk about that."
I believe in
He's
some
stupid.
conspiracy theories, but I don't mind calling
So-
them conspiracy theories. I like that
So
doesn't.
I
but
I
anyways,
think
yeah,
we
go
have to
ahead,
give
Melanie.
Abbott a bit of credit in that it is used derogatorily, but mostly
It's
because
only used
conspiracy.
derogatorily.
No, it's not.
Never
Mostly,
been used positively.
no, it's not.
Never.
No, it's not.
Never.
Well,
No
yeah,
one
'cause it's
has
usually
ever used
not
that
a
in the last,
positive
like,
thing.
10 years.
Wait, it's usually not a
Positive.
positive thing to be a conspiracy theorist because they're usually wrong. They're
It's
often
always called
making
by someone trying to silence the truth. That's all it is.
So every
anytime someone's
conspiracy
being called a
theory you think is
conspiracy
right.
theorist, they're telling the truth, and you got to just figure that out. And if you don't realize that, then you're missing the boat. All right,
Have you
I'm gonna be quiet.
ever heard the phrase "know your enemy"?
Yeah, it was a Rage Against the Machine song.
Well, it's also like an older quote. It's from Sun Tzu's Art of War. And the reason Sun Tzu says to know your enemy is because you can't really fight your opponent if you don't know what your opponent actually looks like. You say you're recognizing patterns, but I have a very strong feeling that you don't actually understand a lot of these internal mechanisms that would make it almost impossible. But it is just improbable at the end of the day that 99% of conspiracy theories out there, some are true, but 99% of conspiracy theories out there hold more than just a grain of truth behind them.
I mean, you sound like someone who just doesn't experiment with stuff. Like, I'm the kind of person who,
I was a conspiracy theorist growing up.
Okay,
I
well,
believed in HARP. I believed in HARP. I believed.
okay, well,
What other
I'm
things
talking
did I
about
believe?
more about actionable steps. Like, when I learned about like urine therapy or chlorine dioxide or the water cure or the master cleanse,
Can you stop saying chlorine
I-
dioxide and just admit that it's injecting bleach?
well, it's not injecting anything. No,
Well,
it's
people
not.
do inject it. Yeah.
No one injects it. It's not in any protocol. You're making that
Oh,
up. And you don't
no,
know anyone who uses it.
no, there was a
obviously.
pastor and his whole
Dude,
family
You obviously don't know anyone who uses
who
it.
told
and you're
people
talking
to
about
inject
some
it.
story.
They literally told people to inject it, dude.
Well, you don't know anyone that actually uses it, though, do you? Like in real
The
life?
pastor got people to use it. Yeah. It was really, really deadly, especially
so
for
you
kids.
personally don't know anyone who's used. And here's the other thing: anecdotal evidence is the real evidence. I don't know why they're trying to.
I know what
demonize
you
and be
won't
like,
find.
Anecdotal means nothing.
You
Anecdotal
won't
is
find
everything.
anybody who actually passed medical school who uses this because
Medical
there's
school
no
is
way
indoctrination.
that
It's
that you
indoctrination.
understand.
It's nonsense. It's total
Okay,
indoctrination.
it could be indoctrination, but hear me out. What you learn there is applicable to reality. So what I learn in systems biology, I can then use in the real world because that's actually accurate, right? And so what I'm
Well, I
saying
love
is
systems
these people
biology.
have
I
an
like
accurate understanding of how things work. And so they also have an accurate understanding of why there's no health benefit to injecting chlorine dioxide.
Listen, I have to just throw this out there. I do respect what's called traumatic medicine. There's heroic medicine, which is cancer fighting medicine, and then
Have you ever
traumatic
sorry,
medicine
I
where,
just found it. Have you ever heard of Genesis 2 Church?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mark Rennan. And yeah, fantastic podcast. I
They
mean,
were
these
telling
people
people to
were,
inject bleach.
I mean, that's lawfare. No, they never said that. I've listened. I have
Okay.
all their podcasts on my phone, so I know for a fact that you're lying because you don't know. Obviously, you don't know. You never read their books. You never read like Jim Humble's book.
I only watch
That's not a
podcasts where they
protocol, dude.
tell people. I only watch other podcasts cover it where they actually tell people to do
It's
that.
not a
So
protocol.
you can cherry
Read the
pick if
book.
you'd
Read
like.
their direct book. You can't
You
quote
can
their direct book because no one said that except for
But he's
people who were
like, you can follow the protocol, but you can also inject it if you think you need it even that much more. So I'm telling you.
well, that's not the default protocol. You could do a lot of things. You could escalate shit if
Yeah, and
you're
he's
stage
encouraging
4,
people to
perhaps,
even go
but
outside of that because there's no medical basis for any of this.
listen, you don't have to do anything. But if other people want to experiment and try stuff, isn't that okay for them to do?
So let's
You
say,
sound like you're
I
like,
tell you,
no.
let's
It
say,
sounds like
no,
you're
no,
literally
no.
demonizing
I have
people
an
for
important question. You can't just say
experimenting
that
and
and get away
trying
with it.
protocols that maybe you don't agree with. But what about them? Don't they have the right to choose and try
So
things?
let's say I tell you that if you jump off of a cliff, you won't die, and you believe me. Sure, maybe you're a bit at fault for believing
Yeah,
me.
that's on me. That's totally on me. I
No,
bought the
it's
lie.
not totally on
I
you.
bought the lie.
It's
I
not
bought the lie.
totally
It's
on
totally.
you.
It's a
No,
free will realm.
no.
It's a free will realm, and you have
No,
to take
you're being
responsibility
dogmatic.
for.
You're being dogmatic.
It's
Because
not dogmatic.
Let's
That's
be
taking
honest, right?
responsibility. That's
Well,
saying
no, let's
I'm
be honest.
responsible
Let's be
for-
honest for a second. That person probably wouldn't have had a totally unrealistic idea unless you planted it in their mind first. So you have to be partially responsible. That's just being realistic.
I
in
think
this scenario.
it's a pointless, stupid. It's a masturbatory idea. Who cares? Like that's not realistic. No one's like, hey, you should walk off a cliff. Okay, I'm gonna go do that. Like
People basically do that in
happen.
cults. People basically do that
It's
in
also
cults.
it's also a thought experiment that
but thought
proves my point
experiments
right.
are just,
That you
you know,
can't just say only one side is responsible, because without the other side, that might not have even happened. Sorry,
I just
Ghosty.
think that we need
Respond to
to
Ghosty and her cult statement, please.
No, you're fine.
Well, okay, let's talk about the cult thing. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was also gonna ask if you believe in vaccines. I'm assuming you don't.
Well, I believe that they exist, and
I knew he was going to say that fucking cop-out thing. Just admit you're an anti-vaxxer. Just say I'm an anti-vaxxer.
And that does affect
once
people.
I learned about them, it's total bullshit.
How did you learn about them? Did you read somebody's books or actually?
Listen, I've been in the underground health movement since about 2005, and the oldest stuff I remember seeing was that if you look at the instances of any of these diseases or sicknesses, they're always on the tail end out, and then like right as it's about to sputter out, they'll start be like, oh, a vaccine. We'll release a vaccine, and they're going to take all the credit, even though it was already on its way out. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense, and it's full of all kinds of weird stuff. And maybe you should look at the MSDS reports, the material safety data sheets, and just look at what's in those things. And you can boost up. You ever heard that phrase? You can go and do all that stuff to your heart's content, but the rest
Name
of
one
us
compound. If you're gonna mention MSDS, you better be able to name at least one compound that's actually in the vaccine.
Listen, I am not going to take any.
I didn't think you could.
If I was going to take any, I would we could look one up. I mean,
well, you obviously haven't looked at any. You obviously haven't looked at any.
Listen, I'm not pushing anyone to.
You can't tell people to
anything.
go look at something that you haven't looked at, my bro.
Listen, I'm not the one who's trying to push vaccines on people.
Nobody's
People who are
trying to
trying
push
to do-
vaccines on people. We're trying to get rid of outbreaks and epidemics that could kill people. We're trying to lower the amount of people who die, and you're turning it into anything but
I think
that.
it's about. I think it's about.
And you expect us not
I,
to make fun of conspiracy theorists. It's
I think it's about
ridiculous.
strengthening your own personal.
I thought your whole thing is we
your
have to
gut
turn stuff into
biome.
a joke.
Why can't you just strengthen your own immune system individually on an individual level? There's no such thing as group health or community health. It's all
Because
individual health.
vaccines gives you the same thing with fewer deaths.
Well, listen, you can go ahead and take them, and if you can convince others, like, I think that's a bad thing.
Wait, my grandma
But-
died from COVID. Are you saying that, like, if we could have prevented that,
Yeah,
we
but how do
shouldn't
you
have,
know
just
that?
because
Listen,
you think
listen.
that you're smarter?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry that happened, and I know that. Listen, there's people.
Okay, I'm being
that I was
facetious. She
working
died
with-
around the same time, but not from COVID. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just
but what
wanted
I'm
to hear what
saying
you'd
is,
say.
listen. No, but you bring up a really good point. I worked with people in my office that were like older, and they like knew someone, that died of COVID, right? Or that died of something, and they thought it was COVID. At the time when they died, it's just real callous to be like, they died of this. Just like with this,
Well,
North
I'm not asking
Carolina
you.
thing.
I'm not asking you about.
Listen,
being-
can I just make this point? In North Carolina,
Right.
there's all these people dying, and there's a lot of talk of geoengineering, weapons,
Okay, we're getting off track. We're getting off track.
No. Weather
Let me
weapons.
respond to what you said.
But if someone just got lost
Kelsey, we
everything,
can't hear you.
Oh,
if
sorry, I'm
someone
talking to
just
my
lost
boyfriend. Go
all-
on.
Okay.
Okay, if someone
No,
just
let's
lost
reel it back
everything,
because we're not
and a
talking
bunch
about
of people I know
geoengineering yet.
died.
Look.
you might not want to
look.
bring up weather weapons in that moment. Just like you might not want to bring up, hey,
Look,
it
we're
was,
still talking about
probably-
vaccines. Let's keep it on track.
Okay, but it's the same thing. It's the same concept.
If let's say there's a deadly virus killing people, and our immune systems don't have enough time to become immune before it kills people.
What if the concept of viruses
How do
is
you
also
let me ask the question so you can answer it specifically. How do you actually save lives? Don't give me any other solution unless it can save lives.
Okay, well, I think the assumption that there are things called viruses, it's unproven pretty much.
No, it's not. You might not be
listen,
able to understand the science behind it.
the medical
but it
world is
it is
showing
verifiable.
viruses, the whole concept of viruses are nonsense. Now, mold,
No, I don't.
toxic
I
heavy
think it's.
metals,
I think it's more
bacterial-
convenient for you. Let me respond to that, please.
bacterial
Let
infection,
me respond to that, please. I think it's more convenient for you to believe that
I
viruses
can't
don't
prove
really
it,
exist.
allegedly, but
I think it's more convenient for you to believe that viruses don't exist because you don't understand them, and this still allows you to have an opinion even though you don't understand them. Whereas the
Listen,
majority of
I'm not-
society is capable of admitting they don't understand it, so they can't form an opinion
I'm
around
not
it.
Mr. Genius Know-It-All guy, but there are a lot of doctors and a lot of people that have dedicated their life to researching this stuff.
So
and
how are you
they're saying
entitled
this
to your
stuff.
opinion?
Well, you could say opinion, but I'm just, I stand on the shoulders of giants, so to speak.
Giants who are debunked by other giants who say
Well,
that
it's been
those
rebunked,
people are
okay?
laughable. We should laugh
Anything that
them
was
out of the
debunked
room.
has also been rebunked. So.
You want things to be a joke, right? Like this is why we make
no,
fun of
I
conspiracy
don't want things
theorists.
to be a joke. I mean, I like humor and I like comedy, but
No, you
I don't
can't be
like,
consistently wrong on medical facts and science without being laughed at and derogated. You're self-derogated.
listen, I'm not here to give you facts. I think people should do their own research and look into things, and especially look into things.
How do you
where there
distinguish
are
fact from
gatekeeper
fiction?
types. Huh?
How do you distinguish fact from fiction? What's a
That's
fact
what
to
I
you?
was trying to ask. Like,
Sorry.
how can you decipher between like one group of like medical research that has literally history and probably millions of people at this point that back it versus like some like new age people that are like they both have major incentives, right? But
Well, the fact is, there's tons of there's tons of medical people and doctors and researchers that are proving the kind of things I'm talking about. It's just that they're weaponizing. Oh, you're going to lose your funding if you talk about that. You can't get tenureship. You can't get research grants if you talk about this. If you go against big pharma, it's all gatekeeping. It's all gatekeeping. And listen, I'm not going to say, well, this is right and this is wrong. I'm just saying we can move in the direction of truth by looking at who are the people trying to silence and ban and shadow ban and silence something, and usually those are the bad people.
So I have a question.
I'm not a genius here, but if you got a bunch of people trying to demonize and silence people, just people who aren't making any money off of it, people are like, oh hey, you should look into this. There's a
My dude, you
breadth
should pick
of
a point.
knowledge in this, and they're like, silence that guy.
Do you
My
think
dude,
That's usually
speaking
the
of
bad
which,
guy.
sorry, Ghosty, I'll let you ask your question, but my dude, you got to pick a point to end your own sentences, or else I'm going to start silencing you.
do you think the people in these medical communities, quote unquote, that you believe in and buy into, don't you think like even people like you are trying to essentially silence the mainstream medical community and the vaccines? Like you're trying to shut them down and
No, I
do the
just mute
same.
them. I just put the mute button when I hear those squawking,
No, but
liars.
that is the goal,
I
right?
just mute them.
You just said trying to move into the right direction, and the only way to do
Yeah,
that
but
would be to
listen. What you're talking about is called discernment. It's discerning who are the liars and who are the truth tellers, and it's okay to discern.
Well, that's what they're
and
doing. That's what the medical community feels they are doing. They're trying to discern between
No,
them.
but they're not tuning out someone. What they're doing is actually the problem is there's so much when they control funding, when they control media access. Because think about it, all of these medical institutions and big pharma, they're all like super left-wing places. Every single university except for like Hamilton College, they're all super left-wing. All media super left-wing. All like dinosaur media, all the print media.
Okay.
all
Okay,
of
I'm getting the
TV
point that
media.
you're making. Can I just quickly ask, are you aware that funding has there's two ways you can get funding as a researcher. You can get funding through grants and like schools and stuff, and yeah, that they can control how you get funding. But there can also just be like rich donors who decide like, hey, I like your research on, and then the university can't actually control if you do that funding or not. So long as you have, and by the way, a lot of professors wait until they get tenure before doing this stuff instead of trying to do this fringe research and then complaining that they couldn't get tenure anymore because they got laughed out of the room. I'm just like, I think you're taking advice from a lot of people who tried to make it in the professional field and failed because in some way or another they were incompetent. And I've seen that with people like Eric Weinstein, Brett Weinstein. They claim that they're so censored and stuff like that, but at the end of the day,
Well,
they're just talking
Let me just give
hogwash.
one example. Let me just address what you're saying, and just consider the following, because I learned about this with when I read Dr. Faridun Batmangalaj's book, "Your Body's Many Cries for Water," and this was about the water cure. And what this guy found, this guy was in like a Iranian prison or something like that, and he was and all of these prisoners around him had all these like ulcers, ulcerative colitis, and all he had access to was water, and he would like just give them water, and it would like immediately soothe and heal, and over time would heal their ulcers. And basically,
Well,
one of the
ulcers
major
heal over
things. Hold
time.
on. Just one of the major things in all of these. You ever heard of double-blind clinical trials and how like that's the gold standard? Well, double-blind clinical trials do not take into account deficiencies, water deficiency,
Yes, they
vitamin
do.
deficiency,
You don't
mineral
want to know how
deficiency.
you
No,
you want
you
no
cannot
no.
test for
Let me
deficiency
let me
using a
answer.
double-blind study.
Let,
It cannot be done.
let me
There's
answer
no
how we do that.
placebo when there's a deficiency. Okay, go ahead.
So the way you could do that is you would instruct the participants to either drink a lot of water and take multivitamins beforehand, or to take no water and and not eat anything for 24 hours beforehand. And then the researchers who don't know what the study's about either would just do the same experiment on both groups, and then they would compare the outcomes between both groups. By the way, you're talking to somebody who I declare myself as scientifically literate because I have a mentor who's taught me how the scientific method works. And I'm
So
telling you
do I.
right now, a lot of what you're citing, like with the bleach and the urine stuff, does not create reproducible results. They don't do experiments that consider placebo effect, and because of that, none of
Well,
their
if there was
evidence
if
is.
there was
Let me
if there
finish,
was
please.
people with
I need to
money
finish. I need to finish. Because of that,
and they
none of their
funded it,
evidence. None of their
Independent party
evidence,
funded it. You can
none
get
of their
yourself.
evidence holds up to something known as peer review. Do you understand the peer review process?
Yeah, peer review is another thing. Gatekeepers
No,
amongst
no,
gatekeepers.
no, 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 no. You don't understand it if that's how you're going to start. Let me explain it to you.
Sounds
Peer
like it.
review is when your peers, people who are equally as qualified as you or more, recreate your experiment to see if they get the same results. That's all it is.
Well, people are doing that. That's called experimenting, and they're
Well,
getting.
that's how you know
results.
that those results are predictable and we can actually use them in the real world.
Okay, so the urine therapy and chlorine dioxide stuff is reproducible, and
No,
people
it's
are
not because
getting
they
those
had
results.
the only thing that's reproducible is the placebo effect and the fact that people are gullible.
Well, that's like your opinion, man, as the
No,
dude would
it's
say.
visible. Like there are no studies done that can recreate these results in a lab setting.
Well, I'm just saying, like, all the things that I'm talking about are reproducible too. So
No, they're
I
not.
really don't.
They're really not. I'm telling
Well,
you,
just
I've
because
looked
you
into
say that
studies
doesn't.
about this. We did studies on it in the
Just
40s and
just because you
50s.
said that doesn't negate all the other
We
people
did
who are doing
we
it.
did studies on it
There's
in the
tons of
40s
people who are
and
using it.
50s.
Like the Red Cross,
There's
literally,
really it's a total fringe like group. Like
Well,
You
it's not because the
you
Red
kind
Cross
you're
of
did it.
exaggerating.
you
Go ahead.
kind of
All right, you
remind
can say
me
that. The Red
of.
Cross.
I'm not trying to be condescending, but you kind of remind me of like when I took like acid for the first couple times, and there were like things I looked into and I started to realize, and I started going down like conspiracy rabbit holes, and I thought like basically everything I thought was true was a lie, and like yeah, I just started like believing.
That was my first time on acid too. That's so funny.
Yeah, but then when I started like actually looking into these things, I like realized they weren't mostly founded. I still have some conspiracy theories that are like.
I mean, you guys ever never heard of Clown World? That's what this is. Like everything they say, like pretty much are lies. Like almost every.
Wait.
Okay, let me just say like this.
Wait.
People
If
in
everybody,
power
no,
will always
can I
have.
please let me ask you a question?
No,
If
no, 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 no.
everybody,
Listen. Let me just say this, and then say what you're going to say. I'm just saying that people in power, they're always going to be pushing a narrative, and number two, some directive to act. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And so they're always pushing some narrative on you, always trying to cram it down your throat, and then also some directive to act. So that's what I'm really talking about. When I say everything is backwards, and it's just the directive.
I have a super
and the
important
narrative
question. I can't
are
hold
all
on to it any
bullshit.
longer. I've let you finish.
Go ahead,
So,
go ahead.
if everyone else is so gullible, if humans are just this
Not
gullible in
everyone.
general,
Not everyone, but a lot
but
of people.
how do you know that you haven't been fooled? Because doesn't it make well, Occam's razor here? Doesn't it make more sense that a fewer group of people are being fooled into believing that everything they knew was wrong, so that way a bunch of grifters can make money off of people like you selling urine therapies and stuff, as
You
opposed.
can't sell urine therapy.
But you can sell
There's
books
nothing
about
to
it. You
buy.
can sell books. You can sell programs. That's exactly what Genesis 2 Church did. So
They
let's
didn't
be
sell
realistic.
anything, and they didn't
Alex
do
Jones
urine
is a
therapy.
grifter. He makes so much fucking money off of it. All the people that you're talking about are
I think
grifters.
he just sells supplements, and you just should go against Swanson,
So
vitamins
let's
too, if
be
you're against
realistic.
vitamins.
That it seems more likely that you're the one being fooled by con men, snake oil salesmen, than the rest of the world is being fooled by people who have academic standards for what's right or for what's true and what's false.
Well, listen, you bring up a good point. There is a thing called confirmation bias, where you just want to believe the things that confirm what.
And may I
you
quickly identify where I see your confirmation bias is that you don't understand these things, so it's really easy for you to believe that they don't work the way that you're told they do.
Except when you start experimenting, you break out of all of that nonsense.
How many experiments have you done?
Because as soon as you stop taking your inputs from the outside world and start generating them from within, that's when things change. When
But you can't just
actually
be
are the
experimental,
one who-
dude.
Sure
You
you
can't
can.
just be experimental.
Sure you
You
can.
have to be
No, it's
capable of
called
critically
wisdom.
thinking.
It's called
You have to be
lived-
capable of
lived
critical
experience.
thinking as well. You can't just do an experiment and say, I got a
Yeah,
positive
but
result.
that's not mutual.
That means no, let me finish. You can't just do an experiment and be like, I got a positive result. That means that my hypothesis is true. There's something known as a type 1 error, and this is the most common type of error, where it's a false positive, where you get a positive result, but it's because of something that you didn't control in your experiment, not because your hypothesis was correct. And so a lot of these people are doing these therapies and saying, I'm getting great results. A, because there's a social incentive to do that when you're in circles of other people doing that. And B, because they want to believe that the choice that they made is going to pay off. So they're biased towards the type 1 error, the false positive.
Listen, okay, I'm sorry if I sound kind of like dumb and simple here, but like experiential learning is something that animals and like babies and people beyond language who aren't using big $5 words can all learn from and use and do. Like your pets will do this, like all animals will do this.
Right, but
Humans,
how do we
babies will do this.
discern superstition from fact?
Like, can you give an example?
Well, right.
Like
So
what
like if I walk out, if I kill a spider and it rains within 3 days, I might start believing that killing spiders causes it to rain, right? But that could also just be a coincidence. How do I figure out that actually killing the spider causes it to rain?
Well, you could, keep trying it and see see what happens.
But it
Like,
just keeps raining because it's always there's always precipitation
not
where
in
I
all
am, right?
climates. You go to Southern California, it doesn't rain.
But
You
you'd
could
agree
test
that
it
if I
out.
stop killing spiders and it still keeps raining, I'd have to refute my own hypothesis, right?
Well, I don't think people. I think again, no
So
people
let
don't
me ask
think
you
it.
something. Let me ask you something. You say
People
that
don't think
all
like that.
medical
You're
information is a
really
lie.
thinking like
Let me
this,
ask you something. You say that all medical information is a lie, yet we see that when people don't seek medical help within
I'm just
normal.
saying that hyperbolically. I'm just,
Okay. Well, thank you for admitting that at this point.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to cut in and introduce. Is it Camilla? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's all right.
Okay. If I'm not, just let me know. But welcome and let me know your thoughts so far.
Well, I think Grand Abbott, it's kind of wrong here when it comes to vaccines, because basically, I mean, I don't see any evidence. Like, I give you the benefit of the doubt, dude. Like, I don't know the vaccines either. The percentage of people who can actually comment on this, like scientifically, and call out some other scientists for bullshit, it's very, it's very, it's very, it's very small. But
the
here's
response
the
to that
thing.
is okay, then, buddy, boost up. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like I'm not here to convince anyone. I'm just saying that people should look into things and question authority. Don't you guys like believe in questioning authority like first and foremost for
Yeah,
everything?
but you can just simply bring any argument and say this is valid because I'm questioning authority. It has to have some kind of standing, some backup data. And so far, when it comes to anti-vaccines dudes, they always come up with the most crazy conspiracy theories, the most made up data that nobody wants to even defend, besides other conspiracy theories that really had no background in medical sciences.
You don't need background in medical science. What about the people getting the results? Like there's a saying. Stop telling stop saying that it can't be done. Stop interrupting the person who's doing it and telling them that it can't be done. Like people are doing it, okay? People are just gonna like not follow your thing and then just do it and try it and get their results and tell others about it and like what do you call that? What do you call like the free spread of knowledge? And then after a certain number of people talk about it, then like the 100th monkey thing kicks in and like, oh yeah, well everyone knows that, and it just spreads through the, you know, um, source field,
The
as
problem
Dave
is that
Wilcock
it
calls it.
kills people. It's dangerous to spread misinformation with vaccines, especially during
I
the
think that
pandemic.
governments kill people. I think that pharmaceutical companies kill people. I think chemo kills people. What about
And you're
that?
right on this, but here's the problem. When the pandemic happened, people were dying on ventilators. We needed a solution to that problem, and misinformation caused a lot of people that, regardless of their political background, maybe they like Trump, maybe they like Biden, whatever. Some of them died because they thought the vaccines were a made up nonsense. So it is dangerous to spread misinformation and classify it as the truth. Like, oh no, Biden just wants to uh, control us with 5G chips. It's
Yeah,
bad
but how many
because
of those people, like,
actually
you know,
die from this.
how many of these people just always eat seed oils? And, like, how many of these people just, like, don't get any exercise and sit around and look at a screen all day and, like, do all these other factors that have huge impacts on that? How many of these people, like, don't do a flat-footed squat or go walking, you know, or I don't know, have human interaction with anyone and are just in, you know, just people stuck at there's so many factors. It's not, we can't just like make it so simple. Why are we just distilling it down so simple?
It's not
You know,
simple. Vaccines
it's not
and
simple at
medical
all. It's
research
very
is not
dynamic and
simple.
it's hard to pin down. There's no like, well, factor A and then factor B and like, no, it's just like bigger than that. If you ever just grow plants, you ever just raise animals, there's a lot more to it than like, you know, it's just
It's not easy.
I mean,
That doesn't mean that people can't understand it, though. There's a lot
You
of
realize
yeah, I'm
you realize you're
Go ahead.
oversimplifying things too, right? Like I think that this institution is corrupt, therefore we should debunk the science, even though that the way that the administration is run is different than the science that they're using. So you
well,
have
all
to
I'm saying is
you're not even
is that we
delineating
should-
these things before you navigate these issues.
I'm just saying that any of these institutions need to be scrutinized way more.
But that doesn't
Than
mean
the
you can
other
refute the science that they're using. That's a different thing. The science comes from researchers, not from these institutions.
Yeah, well, don't say the science. You could say the studies or this or that, but the science means.
I'm sorry. Does that
constant
word offend
question.
you? Is that like the N word to you?
Well, no, it's like no. That's the new god of the modern day. They'll call it
No,
the science.
science
but
is
really,
the furthest thing
it's
from religion
anti-science.
because
No, it's the opposite of science.
because
Science
it
is
cannot
questioning.
maintain falsifiable beliefs, unlike religion.
Science is just science is constantly questioning things, constantly testing things, constantly.
You said you want to question
testing your
authority,
assumptions.
right? You said you want to question authority. I think if you're going to challenge these institutions for having financial incentives and sometimes being corrupt, which I agree, then you're doing a good job. But as soon as you take this into trying to make science into religion and stuff when you simply don't understand it, then I think that you're the one who's laughable in this case because you don't know how to actually question authority at all. You just want to feel like you have the answer to things that you definitely don't.
I
You
wish
wouldn't-
you
you
could
could
just
not have
shut
saved
your
lives.
big yapper.
Listen,
You definitely can't save lives during a pandemic. You're not going to save lives during a pandemic by telling people to be healthier. We've tried that already. It doesn't work.
What
Sorry,
do you
go
mean
ahead,
we've
Camilla.
tried that? Who's tried that?
You don't think
Who's
that there's
tried
been you don't think that there's been medical practitioners before?
No, I don't.
we had-
I don't think the FDA ever talks about vitamin D3.
You realize
and,
that there
like,
was a time in medical science where we actually didn't understand enough about biology to make valid treatments, and so we would try pseudoscientific methods, including the ones you've mentioned, and it wasn't until we could find that we did not get predictable results from them that we could refute them. That science has had an evolution from pseudoscience.
Okay, that's another slurred term, pseudoscience. Again,
No,
another
it's,
term.
it's derogated
quackery,
because you're self-derogating.
pseudoscience,
No.
conspiracy theories.
You
These are
don't get to
basically the
complain.
N-word for
You don't
the
get to
science
complain
realm.
that people make fun of
Those are the N-word
pseudoscientists.
for the science realm, dude.
No, you don't get
That's
to complain.
not the same. That is
You don't
not
get to
the
Totally
complain.
the same.
We have to
It's the most
differentiate between.
derogatory slur
You
can
have
use
to
in the science
differentiate
realm.
between the two. I
But
think
also,
you would even
also
agree
you do
with
it
that.
to yourself. Also, at the end of the day, sorry, Ghosty, but you do it to yourself. Like, there's no way that you can be this consistently wrong about things and then expect people not to laugh you out of the room when they know more about it than you.
Who cares? Listen, that's trolling. That's just trolling. If
No,
people
it's not.
laugh
You're the one
you
who
out of the
said that we
room-
should be able to have debates in the form of jokes.
Well, yeah, but they're not funny. Someone laughing at you and
Your jokes
trolling
aren't
you
funny either.
aggressively.
Nick Fuentes is not funny.
Well, maybe not to you, but
Yeah,
I think he's pretty
exactly.
funny.
Exactly. I guess it depends on who the loser in the situation is.
I don't know. He has a lot of people following him. He's got people sending him money.
As many people
Like-
that follow medical science? I doubt it.
Listen, You don't have people sending you money. I don't have people sending me money. And Ghosty deserves some more
You're
money.
complaining that people
I don't
give
know if
money
he's
to
ever gotten
medical
a super
science and
chat,
that creates
but I hope he
incentives.
does.
What about the incentives for Nick Fuentes to appeal to rich Republican donors? He clearly does.
No, he doesn't, dude. He's so
Yeah,
like.
A, he does, and B, there's a
Have you
clear
ever listened
financial
to his
incentive.
stream? He's
See, you lack
constantly
critical
making
thinking.
fun of everyone.
You lack critical thinking whenever it applies to you. It's so
Dude,
fucking
just
weird.
listen to the super chats portion of his stream. He always just makes fun of dumb comments. Like,
Remember when Dean was like, "You have double standards." You're doing the same thing right now. You're so concerned about financial incentives and questioning authority, yet the person who's feeding you misinformation you trust, even though he has clear
misinformation
incentives
is
to
the
lie.
N-word, is the N-word.
Can you stop
Any word you
saying
don't like.
that it's not
You're
the same
worse.
thing?
You're worse than lefties with this whole like everything I don't like is a bad word.
It's just those are slurs. Those are like the slurs in the science
You
realm.
I thought you
self-derogate.
believe in free speech.
Okay, so if I go
I know,
around
I
making
know.
a
They're
fool
weak
of
words,
myself, if I go around
They're
making a fool of myself and people make cosmic fox into a slur, whose fault is that?
Well, no, that's not the same thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. When
No, 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 no,
pseudoscientists
no,
are
no, no.
consistently wrong and they pretend
Pseudoscientism,
like they're right.
quackery, conspiracy theory. This is all gatekeeping terminology, gatekeeping rhetoric. That's so obvious. No one's
dude,
like, oh
my
my
dude,
god,
you're
you're
defending
so
an-
ridiculous.
You're defending
just
an
a silly
anti-immigration guy.
You've
He's the
insulted.
biggest gatekeeper ever.
You've insulted like by saying, if you can't see this already, then you're just like lost or something. Like you're doing the same thing. We just don't believe in the same stuff. And to be fair, we have a lot more people in history and research on our side than yours.
Yeah,
That's just what it is.
I forget who said it. Maybe it was Gandhi. Even if one person says the truth to, stands up and says the truth to a million, doesn't matter. The truth is the truth.
Should try having the
doesn't matter
truth
how many
first.
people. It's not about numbers. That's why I said democracy and all this nonsense is stupid. It's not about strength in numbers. It's not
But you
about
don't have
beating
truth.
down
You just have
everyone,
superstition.
beating down the minority opinion.
Dude, you're not like the, you're not the truth seeker. You're just superstitious. You see something
can
you don't
say that,
understand, and then you infer a bunch of things from it that don't actually
Well, I
make
sure
sense when
feel
you
like a
understand
truth
how it
seeker.
works. Right, but when
I
I'm telling
sure
you right
feel
now,
like
as someone who understands how science works, your beliefs don't make sense. They can't work in the real world. It's just superstition.
Maybe they don't make sense to you, perhaps, but
No,
they
to
make sense
anyone
to a
who
lot of other
understands
people.
how the scientific method works, to anyone who understands it.
Listen, that's like a true Scotsman fallacy. Well, you don't really understand how science works, but I
No,
do.
that's not no true Scotsman.
That's
That's saying
the
there's
no
a
truth.
standard. There's a standard for science, and you're not capable of comprehending it. So you're definitely not capable of refuting it.
Well, listen, there's a thousands of years where people lived without science, okay, and they lived just fine, and they learned
No,
things.
we had plenty of
and
diseases.
they passed on
famines.
knowledge.
We had
and they gained
absolute.
instinct.
We had the plague. We had famines. We
And
had
people-
Yeah, there
locusts
was also a
destroying
lot
our
of good
crops.
stuff too.
We had
There's
locusts
also
destroying our crops.
generations of like families,
I'm telling you, they were called the Dark
learning
Ages for a
animal
reason.
husbandry and
My
how
dude,
to-
they were called the Dark Ages for a reason.
Yeah, but there was also great knowledge, animal husbandry, and like learning how to plant things and make
That's science.
ferment things.
And-
Yeah,
That's
there's all kinds of
science.
great stuff.
And any of the knowledge that was
Yeah.
useful, was confirmed
Yeah, but
by
they didn't
science.
call it
Anything
science
that
back
wasn't
then.
cool.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, because we weren't using the scientific method. But eventually, science came around and said, "Oh, okay, we can reproduce the results
Yeah,
of
but
this
they were
belief."
still learning, though. You could say they weren't using the scientific method, but maybe they were, and they just, didn't call it that.
No, it was often superstition. Like this is why Lysenkoism destroyed crops during communism.
I don't know what that is.
Lysenkoism was the belief, and I'm just going to use an analogy here that since since offspring can take on traits that their parents acquire after being born, that you could apply the same things to crops. So the example would be a giraffe will stretch out its neck, like its neck will actually get longer over its lifespan by trying to reach higher and higher branches, just because the vertebrae separate. And Lysenkoists believe that you could actually like transfer that trait into the offspring. So they take crops and they get good weather and they get all these good factors, and they say, oh, great. So that means we can plant these exact crops next year and get the exact same result, with that not being true, because that's not how genetics work. And so you were making the claim that science doesn't consider all these external factors. Well, they do. We're the sort of people
I
who
didn't make that claim,
understand.
by the way.
We're the sort of people who understand that crops, for example, don't just acquire traits like that. So when it comes to like pseudoscience being a bad word, yeah, it should be because it's wrong. It's just you can't use it in the real world. It leads to disastrous outcomes when you try to apply
Well, what
it.
you're calling pseudoscience is proven and tested by lots of other people who are not you and who disagree.
Their
And
evidence is almost never rigorous and like and
yeah, but listen, they're
never.
all doing it and they're all getting the results. So what are you going to be like? Those people, yeah, but their
Yeah, I
results
can get whatever result I want if I slightly tweak the variables in my experiments or just completely factor out or not consider things.
Oh,
You're complaining that the
you're
scientific
coming
community is
way
at risk
too
of doing that.
logically at this.
But
As
at the
dude
same
with
time,
you're
your
being way too
community,
uptight about this, man.
your quote unquote underground community has no checks and balances to make sure anyone's doing proper experiments. And so they're the most likely to do the thing that you accuse the scientific community of, which is not considering all the variables at play.
What do you think, Ghosty?
I'm sorry. I'm being a bit of a bitch at this point. I'll just
And Camila.
I'll lay off.
My friend Camille to my left.
I just
I
think.
think pseudoscience
God.
is bad not because it's just not real science. It's not real science. That's why it's pseudoscience. But the people that use pseudoscience, they use it. They mask it as science because they have interest.
Yep.
They don't want to find the truth. They don't want to be peer reviewed and try to find some common knowledge. They just want to sell you something. They just want to convince people to follow them. They don't have any incentive into finding the truth.
Hold on. That's a big jump, though. Why are you just saying, well, they want everyone to follow them? They want everyone to buy their thing. Like, why? No, that's not,
Because divide
That's
and
not what it's all
conquer.
about.
It's a whole agenda. People, like, if you want to go really, like, conspiratorial, deep, whatever.
Wait, hold on.
We
Melanie
don't
wants to
want-
go. Because what does GG mean?
No.
Gotta go.
I'm just saying good game. Like I'm saying you've been
Oh,
really.
good game. I thought it means gotta go.
No, sorry. That's G2G.
I think, like, if you think about it, I just feel like they don't want, if you want to talk about, like, these people that rule things don't want us to be content and satisfied. So they cause disruptions within our communities. They divide us, right? Divide and conquer to control us and stuff. And this is just,
Right.
I feel like a part of that type of agenda where it's just like, oh, we have vaccines that are helping people be healthy. And we have like a government that's like, kind of just it's like one of the best systems in the world currently that we've ever had. And, it's not perfect, but it's just like we're always trying to destroy and destruct these things because we're like never satisfied.
Yeah, no, that you bring up a good point. Yeah, like a lot of people will be like, "Oh, the government's bad," but the fact is, the government and these things they put together roads, even though the Federal Reserve prints infinite money, like it's still like a system that allows you to go and get gas. So it definitely is good in it's infrastructure. It's there. Like our lives would be worse without. It's very broken and messed up and totally controlled and subverted. But I mean, it's not like all bad. And so yeah, I mean, just like with the medical stuff I was saying, traumatic medicine's great. If you get in a motorcycle accident and shatter your leg, like they're amazing at that. Like I'm in awe that they can reconstruct the leg and all these things. It's remarkable. It's just there's this whole other side where they're like, okay, well now we don't want you to ever get cured of a thing. You just have to, manage the symptoms and this whole nonsense of therapy. That's my beef with therapy. Like I'm just so offended by, not offended, but I think it's okay, I'll say offended. I just think that once there's this whole monetary element of therapy where well, they just want you to pay. They want that gravy train rolling, baby. They want you to keep coming, instead of just having friends and community and elders and people you talk to about these things. Like, No, it has to be this guy you pay who doesn't give his own opinion and give his, like. I don't
So
know.
I think what you're criticizing is actually that medicine doesn't have a holistic enough approach. But I have to wonder,
Totally.
like, let's say with like
Totally.
kidney disease, right? Still not traumatic medicine, but in urgent care. Would like who's more likely to come up with a medical solution versus who's more likely to be wrong? Somebody who understands kidneys and like the rest of the human body on like a molecular level and how it functions, or even a group of scientists, or somebody on the internet who claims to have found something that nobody can repeat the results in the lab. I'm
The
just going to put.
Revolution. I saw.
Let,
I
let me
watched
let me just give my
Dissect
answer real quick,
2005, by
please.
the way.
Just let me give my answer real quick, please. I'm going to put my money on the people who understand how kidneys work and who can bring in other specialists to the team to come up with a better solution. I agree it needs to be more holistic, but I think you're putting your bets on the wrong people.
Well, I think it totally has to be more holistic. I think the system is really the current system as it is that's been subverted and taken over by big pharma. They don't want holistic. They want, um, I
I'll
mean,
agree
just
there.
look at
Yeah.
like,
But that's a criticism of
just
capitalism, right? We should stop having financial incentives for
well,
things
just
that
look at
like
here. Let me just use
we're
a
doing the right
completely
thing.
different example. Let's look at like the world of working out, right? Now they have like old school, like people like you should do bench presses and deadlifts and squats, and you should, isolate the core and like isolate these individual movements. And then there's people like Ido Portal or Circular, like Scott Sonnen, or all
Okay,
these
wait.
people that are
I
doing,
I,
holistic, full
I want to
body.
blow your mind for a second. Like people in different sports need to like focus on different muscle groups, right?
Um, mm,
Like swimming is an
Perhaps.
exception, but like if you do running, you're not going to work out your upper body that much. And so like the point is that like it's
You'd be
okay.
surprised in sprinting. You should look into David Weck. He totally do. He totally
Okay.
do.
Well, the point
Like sprinters, like Usain Bolt. You ever see those guys? Their
you're
arms, their
not
chest, their back.
right. They're fit, but like they don't like max out the muscles on their arms, right? Whereas a power lifter would max out the muscles on their arms, and they want to have strong quads, but they don't focus on their quads as much. And all I'm saying is like there's the reason that we have these different programs is not because one is necessarily right over the other. They have their intrinsic benefits to them to either focus on muscle groups or to have that holistic approach. The reason that gyms largely don't do holistic approaches is just because a lot of people specialize in how to do certain workouts, and the holistic approach is kind of like you don't need to specialize for that. You just climb a tree or you do any activity that uses all the muscle groups in your body. So you
No,
get
I'm
like
just saying there's
a
other
trainer
things
for
like there's
that.
rope flow. There's
Sure, yeah. But
kettlebell swings and other stuff that uses round motions rather than just like isolated,
but you
full
kind of
body.
started this saying that like all gyms focus on is certain muscle groups. That's not the case.
Well, listen, the only reason I even brought that up was just to give an example of how, the medical world. You were talking about holistic. How come they're not doing a holistic approach? I'm just saying that they're like, locked into they have this whole. I just think they have this
Well,
whole agenda they're pushing.
it's because it's technically the role of your family doctor, not someone in a hospital or a treatment center to be whole, like maybe an addiction treatment center, but most medically intense, I'm going to say, institutions where they have all the equipment, stuff like that, they do need to get people in and out because you want to keep hospital beds free. There's only so many hospital beds. I don't think the financial incentive is as strong as the incentive to keep the institutions functional and from being overcrowded. This causes a lot of problems that are definitely not financially incentivized. Even here where I live, like they're putting people into long-term term care homes instead. And, some people don't want to be there. They're not being notified in time and stuff like that. It's a nightmare, but you can't explain it with financial incentives every time.
Let's go up to heaven and bask in the glory of God's stupid love.
Who's playing that?
Me.
Can you warn us? Because that's really loud.
Is it?
It is
Yes.
a little loud, yeah.
Yeah.
And any Simpsons reference I'm down for, but it's a little bit like jarring, just how we're not expecting it.
I always
called a
get
video
scared
game.
too. I always get scared like some crazy shit's gonna come up on the screen and.
No. I have ones that I won't play those.
Okay.
I won't play those. I've got all kinds though. So Ghosty, how long have you been doing this?
I'm pretty new at it. Maybe like a couple months, if that. Yeah, a couple months.
Do you know anyone else that does this personally?
Um.
I do.
Besides like the people I go on like other panels with, like not in my
No,
personal.
because you
life.
have all this StreamYard stuff. This is pretty impressive, I think.
I've
Like if you were to go up to some old person, they don't know how to do this. This is remarkable.
well, yeah. I'm like I've done video editing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, sorry. I do like video editing and Photoshop and stuff, so I'm not too bad with the computer. But I will admit, my boyfriend definitely helped me with like OBS and stuff because he's a computer guy. Computer guy. He's like a coder and stuff, so.
What languages? If you don't mind, I code in C++ and JavaScript, so I'm always interested.
I have no idea, to be honest. I'm
Okay, no big
sure
deal.
a bunch of them though. I'm pretty sure he says he like hates JavaScript. I think he knows how to do it, but he doesn't like working in it. I think
Well, then
that's
he's
what he
probably a
said.
C++ coder, so that's good.
Okay.
Unless he's one of
Or
those
computer
filthy
science, too.
Python coders.
I've heard that
never
word.
use their
I've
code.
heard him say Python. At
Oh
least
God.
when he
Oh God.
with his company.
No, Python's fun. I'm being silly.
You know,
Yeah,
I work in computer science too. To me, like, for me, I don't care about the language. Like, wherever it gets the job done correctly, of course. Like, for example, I do some AI agents. They're pretty basic with Google Flow. Basic AI agents, like, they have like a flow. They're not really AI generative, like ChatGPT. And when I have to do some analysis or correction some things, I just use Python because I mean, it's really easy to code in. Like I need to get something fast, maybe some mass modification in many lines. Like it gets the jump very easily.
The only
But
person I've ever sorry. Oh, I was gonna make a joke. I'll let you finish.
no, continue.
The only person I've ever heard say I don't care what the code is or what the language is as long as it gets the job done is someone who's had to justify using MySQL in the past.
I said you dirty dog.
Okay. No, but
Oh,
I think MySQL is not really a bad database. I mean, yeah, use wherever it gets the job done, but you have to worry about like things like scalability, because I mean, maybe you want to consider using a NoSQL database if you don't care that much about transactions, but you have like a really big flow of data. But if it's a small project, I mean, it's really not. You're not really getting a bunch of data going in and out. Like MySQL is pretty good. Like, why
I
go
know.
beyond that?
It's just a joke because it's so boring to have to work with.
Oh yeah,
All
it's
right, we need
definitely
to rescue
boring.
the stream. It's getting extremely nerdy. I think we may lose
Yeah,
the crowd here.
oh well. Oh, hold
Let's
on.
talk about risk-free architecture for a second. Sorry. I'm
So
done.
to be fair, I think I have food coming like in a couple minutes anyway, so I was probably just gonna shut it down. But
Yeah, I was about to go too.
Excellent.
oh my god. Okay.
I'm never gonna get used to that. You need to like have like a slight fade in on it or something.
You gotta have like a warning.
That's a lot of work, guys. Jeez.
Everybody can give a little closing statement and share their social media and whatever like
Ew,
that.
social media. It's gross.
Vote Kamala.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Closing statement. Well, social media. If you want, I make offensive cartoons for Owen Benjamin. Those are on my Odyssey channel. They're under Food for a Spare. That's my bear name, Food Forest Bear. And I'm also on Bastion. Bastion is the best thing. You guys all got to get on it. It is like Twitter, but it's on the blockchain, and you can't censor anything. And everything you upload on there is like there forever because you can't delete stuff. Others can't delete stuff for you. And my channel on there is Tools for Thinking. Bastion is Bastion. So check it out. I upload a lot of old school movies and stand-up comedy, and then just a lot of other cool content. But I want to do what you do someday, Ghosty. Someday.
Yeah, just get started.
Well, let me give you a network opportunity because it's very tit for tat in this space. No, I'm just kidding. But if you could, like, if you are going to do that, then I know a lot of people you could debate who would disagree with you. And I'm always looking for people like that.
I actually have a friend. His name's Scott Armstrong. He knows the people at InfoWars Studio. He met, he knows like Sam Tripoli, and he got him into podcasting. And
well, I was going to say,
yeah.
If you can get me any debates with these people, all I'm gonna say is favors get returned with me. When people hook me up, I hook them up as best as I can.
Do you want to debate? Would you put yourself on camera?
My camera at the moment is broken. That's why I have this. But yeah, like when I have a camera, I debate. Yeah, I would.
Would you want to debate like Gavin McInnes?
Of course.
Ooh.
Okay. I have everyone's contacts. I have everyone on the right wing, all of their emails and all their contacts because I've collected them over time. So I would definitely. I'll tune back into these things, and actually here. If you want to share your email.
But you said you make videos for Owen Benjamin's channel. I was just hoping kind of
I used to make cartoons, but it takes a lot of time, and I just got really busy. I'm a CPA, and I'm just like taking a break.
But it wasn't like he wasn't like commissioning you.
No, it's all
damn
just.
It. I thought you were literally like DMing him, and so you could like just like easily like let him know that someone want.
No, what I would do.
You don't have to go out of your way or anything. I just if you
I would clip his audio, and then when I was inspired, I would make I would use Adobe Character Animator and make animations.
I was getting way too excited there. I didn't even consider that that could have been what you meant. Jesus, I feel stupid. I'm Melanie. I guess I'm a desperate debater. Desperate to debate anybody.
Me too.
Oh, Ghosty, do you want me to start just like linking you? Like they're not always like the best places, but they're open panels and people will debate.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Okay.
I'm like literally the same. Like I'll talk to anyone, jump on any panel pretty much.
Sometimes like you have like a very kind of like, I don't know if it's like withdrawn, but kind of like, maybe it's demure, but like, I almost feel like you like come into these places and be too afraid to say anything. So just as long as you're ready to like talk over people as much as possible, because
yeah, I think
sometimes it's like that.
I think I'm getting better at it, like the more I do it. So I've been on like very heated panels in the past, red nose, but I guess like I don't know.
You're doing my old rounds, by the way, Prime Kais and Wick TV. I used to do that.
Yeah, no, it's like good practice. I feel like so
for sure.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I stream on YouTube. If you find me, good for you. I don't want to put plug links or anything.
No problem.
I'm very low effort with it, and I just expect people to eventually come across me on other people's panels, if anything.
True that. Well, I'm sure you can find her back here at some point.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I do have the scripted plug. So I'm Melanie Cosmic Fox, and I do go to debates. If you are a debater and you have an opponent and you need somewhere to debate, come to go to debates. I'll moderate. I'll host. I'll make sure you guys have questions that you follow, and even like help you guys do prep work. Like how many debate hosts help their guests do prep work? So, we're having a different kind of discussion over there. You can see episode 1, see how that went. I'm not formulaic like a lot of debate hosts, but I care about the debate. So the results will speak for themselves. And like I said, check it out. I guess I now have to plug my channel. I'm Melanie Cosmic Fox. 5585 because YouTube is ridiculous. Yeah, that's my channel on YouTube. Search for me, I guess.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Sounds like Ghostie's got her food. I got one more drop for Ghostie for her food.
Grover? Super Grover, please. When's lunch? Ha 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 ha.
Thank you for that.
That's from Follow Your Bird. Follow that bird.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Yeah,
Okay.
Camilla.
born in the 80s.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't really have any socials. I do make some content, but it's not YouTube friendly, so I'm not even gonna mention it. But I'm just gonna say that look up under Tate, Free and Thug, and hope you guys have a good night.
Thanks for coming up.
Yo, thanks to all the people in the chat. Shout out to Rodrigo Palacios. And saying some good stuff.
Like the stream and stuff like that. All that jazz.
Yeah, there's at least one more person than in chat than the amount of people who like the stream. There always is, and that one person I
You have
will
to
find
refresh.
you.
It doesn't show. You have to refresh to see all the likes.
It's the tax. It's the tax of watching the show. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks again. Good talking with you all.
Bye.
All right. It's been a
Bye.
pleasure, guys. All right,
Bye.